Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Blake.
We will shortly be hearing from Mr. Reynolds. He's not yet in the room.
All right, that's fine.
As you, sir, mentioned on Friday at 11 o'clock, we'll be taking a 1-minute silence, irrespective of where we are.
Fine.
So I anticipate that we won't be starting for at least 2 or 3 more minutes.
All right. Do you want me to remove myself from the screen, or can we just sit here quietly?
Entirely a matter for you, sir.
Right, well, I'll sit here quietly.
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you give your full name, please?
I'm Jonathan Neil Reynolds.
Thank you very much. Secretary of State, you should have in front of you a witness statement dated the 26th of September of this year. Is that correct?
Will this appear
At least in a bundle.
In the bundle, yes, I've seen it.
Behind tab A2, it should
Yes.
be. Thank you. Could I ask you please to turn to the final substantive page, that's page 8. And can you confirm that that is your signature?
I can confirm that's my signature.
And that the statement is true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you very much. That witness statement has a unique reference number of WITN 1147010 and will be uploaded onto the inquiry's website. As is well known, you are Secretary of State for Business and Trade. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Your predecessor is our next witness, Kemi Badenoch. You have a background as a solicitor, is that correct?
That's right, yes.
Are you able to assist us in what area of law you practiced?
I worked for Alshar Goddard LLP. I did my training contract with them. I left before I'd completed my training contract when I was elected in the 2010 general election, and the seats that I'd done my training contract in were corporate and real estate.
Thank you. I'm going to bring up onto screen a printout of your responsibilities as Secretary of State. Could we please bring onto screen RLIT 40349, please? Shortly, it will come onto screen. It's simply a printout from the gov.uk website outlining the responsibilities of the Secretary of State. We see there, if we scroll down, it says the Secretary of State has overall responsibility for the Department for Business and Trade. Responsibilities include overall responsibility for delivery and strategy, cross-government business engagement, public appointments, that's free trade agreements, negotiations, mandates and decisions, WTO World Trade Organization, G7 and G20 ministerial meetings, and overseas network. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Blake.
Now, we know that there is also an Under-Secretary of State for Postal Affairs, and we heard from him on Friday. What do you see as your responsibility in respect of overseeing matters relating to the Post Office?
Well, first of all, Mr. Blake, let me say I'm very grateful for the chance to be here. I've been following this inquiry as you would expect and perhaps didn't anticipate a general election meeting I would have the chance to participate in it. So I'm extremely grateful for the chance to be part of this, given how important the work is. I would say, first of all, I see it as being my responsibility for everything the Department of Business and Trade is responsible for, that ultimately I'm accountable for everything, so the Post Office is a significant part of that. I also see my role within the whole of government when there are matters affecting the Post Office that perhaps touch on other government departments, that I am a key member of the government in terms of making sure the rest of government is doing what we need in regard to the Post Office. And whilst I work very closely with my junior minister, Minister Thomas, who you've heard from as part of the inquiry, the significance of this particular issue, which pertains not just to the need for redress for the survivors of this egregious scandal, but actually for what lessons we take from that for the future of the Post Office, for its business model, for how it is run, for its governance structure. That's a very significant personal priority for me as the Secretary of State.
We've talked a lot about redress in the past few weeks. If there is not full, fair and prompt redress for sub-postmasters, do you take ultimate responsibility at a governmental level?
Yes, I think this is an example of where in the past there has been insufficient accountability, and ultimately as the Secretary of State I take accountability for everything that is within the portfolio of the Department of Business and Trade.
How do you propose that full, fair and prompt redress is going to be achieved?
The first thing I would say is I understand there has been quite rightly a lot of analysis in this inquiry about whether there is a tension between fair redress and the speed at which it is delivered. And I understand why that is of such importance to the work that is going on here. Since the general election, there has been a significant increase in the pace at which compensation has been paid. The overall quantum of compensation is up in the last 4 months by roughly a third. And the number of claims to which there has been an initial claim initial offer being made in response to that claim is roughly double in the last 4 months what it has been in the 4 months preceding the general election. But I would very much want to say that I do not believe that increase in pace has been at the cost of fair or accurate compensation being made. I think if you look at the key decisions that we've been able to make since the general election. So obviously the compensation scheme for the overturned convictions, the legislation that was passed in the wash-up period between the two governments, the appeal scheme being announced for the Horizon Shortfall scheme, the publication of the capture report, the publication of the redress data, and the fixed sum awards being offered under the HSS scheme. I think you could put that together into a package and see that we are trying to, wherever possible, offer a reasonable sum of compensation by fixed award, if that is what a claimant themselves wants, a detailed breakdown, if that is the appropriate way forward, greater capacity to process claims, greater deadlines in terms of when the 40-day period we put in place under some of the schemes by which an initial claim is made. These are all ways in which, and the position is still not, to everyone's satisfaction. But I think you can see we've tried to speed up compensation and redress without that being at the cost of any claimant feeling that's not an accurate or fair level of redress for them to receive.
Thank you. We'll get into the specifics of that in due course. There are two matters that you say are particularly important issues of concern. The first you have described as driving cultural change, and the second is redress. We'll get to redress shortly, but in terms of cultural change, what do you see as the most important way in which the culture at the Post Office can be changed?
I think the scale of this scandal, as I say, cannot be separated out from the business model and the governance structure of the Post Office. So we need, from the work that I lead as Secretary of State and what this inquiry is seeking to do, to not just respond to the obvious injustice and the need for redress to follow that, but to understand why, as an institution, the Post Office has gone so wrong and what needs to change in future. So, for instance, I believe that is everything from the internal governance structure of the Post Office, right down to the level of remuneration that postmasters receive. I mean, I think despite the scale of this scandal, Post Office is still an incredibly important institution in national life. I think it still has an incredible role to play in communities. I look at the business model of the Post Office, and I think even accounting for the changes in the core services that are provided, I mean, people familiar with the decline of letter volumes, there's still a whole range of services that are really important, but I don't think postmasters make sufficient remuneration from what the public want from the Post Office. And I think that's going to require some very significant changes to the overall business model of the Post Office, as well as looking at what the future is in terms of the governance arrangements that will, I think, to be frank, have a greater level of trust and responsiveness to the people providing the services on the front line.
Okay, well, once again, we'll get to the detail of that shortly. If we now focus then on redress and compensation, we've seen in this inquiry at certain stages there has been disagreement between your department and the Treasury on matters of redress. In your current experience, have there been any disagreements during your term in office?
No, I can genuinely say, Mr. Blake, that there haven't been. And I know there are a whole range of issues, perhaps perception of historic tensions between the business department and the Treasury, specifically on this issue, which is obviously a personal priority for me, but also for many members of the Cabinet. I can say the support I've received from the Chancellor and the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, who of course formerly was the chair of the Business and Trade Select Committee, and the previous incarnation of the Business Department before that, I've had exactly what I have needed. So if you look at, for instance, the announcements in the budget, first of all, you see a greater amount of compensation now appearing in the national accounts from the previous figure. Of course, whilst that's an increase, it's actually even more significant than that, because you will know the compensation previously for the full redress schemes was accounted for in the Treasury Reserve, which was heavily overspent. So essentially, not only does the budget put a greater sum towards redress, it confirms that there's real money in place. But you may also have seen in the budget that the allocation of money for redress has moved from being departmental expenditure limits to annually managed expenditure. So in other words, it is demand-led. So whatever the level of redress is required, I can guarantee that this government, that the British state, will be able to pay for that. And that has already been agreed with the Treasury and has appeared in the budget. So in terms of the support from Treasury colleagues, I could not have asked for more.
Can you assist us then? The £1.8 billion figure that was announced in the budget, we've heard some evidence suggesting that that's not new money. Is it new money, or if it isn't, to what extent has that situation changed?
Well, it is new money because the allocations in the past came from an overall position, and I appreciate we're getting some of the politics of the budget here, where there were frankly too many claims on that Treasury Reserve for that to be genuinely ever expected to be paid. Now, governments do sometimes, I think historically, ascribe different policy costs to the Treasury Reserve, but there were more demands on that money than money existed. So the confirmation that not only is there a greater sum of money being allocated to redress, but that can be absolutely guaranteed by myself, by the Treasury and the government, is, I think, a significant development.
If ultimately the claims fall under that level, is the rest of that amount of money going to be spent on something relating to postal matters?
Well, if because of the designation as annually managed expenditure, to be frank, my assumption behind that has always been to make sure if the sum of money for redress was greater than that I could guarantee it would be paid. I haven't considered an underspend in any way, if I'm being honest about that. If it was, that would be a conversation that I could have with Treasury colleagues. But to be frank, my efforts have been to make sure that we could absolutely stand behind any sum of redress that the process came to.
We've heard discussions of widening redress to, for example, assistants and managers, or possibly to family members. Does that figure cater for that expansion? And if not, then what is the plan for funding that expansion?
So you will understand we have, as well as the number of announcements that we've made, been looking at a whole range of issues, Mr. Blake, exactly as you describe. A particularly significant one of those is around family members, where we have been looking at, for instance, if there was agreement to extend to family members, would the existing schemes be the right mechanisms through which people would do that? Would it require something else? Obviously, a whole range of fairly legal definitions as to who and how the scope would cover everyone who that needed to do. If there were significant extensions to the eligible claimants at present, I would seek Treasury agreement for additional funding for those. It's possible that sum of money might be sufficient, but if there was to be an extension in any way, I think the appropriate course of action would be to ensure that there are agreements in place with the Treasury that due funding is available for those.
Are you personally aware of any cost projections in respect of how much that might cost?
I haven't seen in any of the official advice I've received a specific sum of money. I think because the work being undertaken covers the potential scope, that could be quite wide or quite narrow, depending on the definition of harms that you were seeking to provide redress for. And to be frank, you will understand that part of our work will be guided by the findings of this inquiry as well, and the recommendations that might come from it.
Thank you. Could we please bring up on screen, it's Bays 40888. This is an email exchange that we took the Minister to on Friday. We now have the underlying submission, so we'll go to the submission as well. But if we could please perhaps start on page 5 and into page 6. At the bottom of page 5, we have the summary of the submission. It says, timing, we would be grateful for a swift readout. Post Office has received regular correspondence from postmasters awaiting payment of the £75,000 fixed sum following the March announcement, and we expect it to be raised during next week's redress announcement. And it makes a number of recommendations to the Minister. The first is implementing your predecessor's announcement to introduce a fixed sum award of £75,000 to Horizon Shortfall Scheme claimants to bring the scheme in line with the GLO scheme. B, capping awards at £50,000 where postmasters reject the fixed sum and are offered a lower amount with no option to return to the fixed sum. Third, not providing legal advice to claimants to consider the offer of a fixed sum. Fourth, consider whether to delay the introduction of the fixed sum award until we have clarity from the Treasury on funding for HSS appeals, noting that this could take several weeks or months. And finally, note the revised application process. We'll come on to most of those, but in terms of D, we were just speaking about issues with the Treasury. Was there an issue here with the Treasury, and was it overcome?
Mr. Blake, no, I'm not aware of there being any Treasury element to the conversation around this. As you say, the principles behind the key policy features of this submission had already, I think, broadly been established in Parliament as desirable. That the way the election had fallen meant essentially previous announcements were being implemented by ourselves as a new government. And the key aspect of this is obviously the presentation of a fixed sum for those cases where claimants would feel that that was the best course of action for them, effectively offering an expedited fixed sum so as to be able to get compensation and redress to people as quickly as possible. And of course, alongside that, if they believe that would not be an appropriate level of redress, the existing ability to have the individual assessment go forward.
The fixed sum seems to be in relation to the HSS appeals mechanism. We can come on to look at that shortly. If we scroll up, please, we see on page 2, confirmation from the Minister. middle of page 2, thank you very much. It says, thank you for attending the meeting today. For the benefit of the chain, the Minister was content with recommendations A, B, C and E in the submission, but has asked not to delay the introduction of the fixed sum awards outlined in recommendation D. So the potential delay that might be caused in respect of the appeals mechanism was put to one side and the announcement made in any event. If we please scroll to page 1, we can see that you had reviewed the submission as well and agreed with Minister Thomas's steers. Do you recall that? Is that something you recall?
That's right, Mr. Black.
Perhaps if we're able to, it's only been recently received, but the submission of the 22nd of July, it should have a unique reference number of BAYS 0001228. Thank you. It's going to come onto screen. I think it's a submission that we didn't have as at Friday's hearing, so I'd like to take you to it just to clear up a few matters that were addressed on Friday. So this is the underlying submission of the 22nd of July. We see there summary of the issue. This note seeks your agreement on delivering a fixed sum award to provide redress to postmasters participating in the Horizon shortfall scheme. The recommendation is exactly as we've seen in that covering email. Could we please turn over the page to page 2? Paragraph 6 addresses the £50,000 cap. I'm just going to read to you that paragraph. It says, from a public money perspective, the £75,000 will be more efficient to administer than the full claims process. If the £75,000 remains available to those who pursue the full claims process, there is a high risk that many more will choose this option, leading to greater costs and delays. We therefore recommended that claimants who reject the £75,000 should not be able to return to it if, upon full assessment of their claim, they are awarded a lower amount. Instead, we recommend that the award is capped at £50,000 or the value of the offer if it exceeds £50,000 to ensure fairness and help provide value for money for taxpayers. This is consistent with the approach on the GLO scheme, although there haven't been any instances of a claimant receiving lower than £75,000 in practice. This is a proposal that has been described as a jeopardy issue. It's been criticised by some in respect of the pressure that it places on claimants who may be elderly, may simply be wanting money as quickly as possible, and are put in a position where if they don't accept the £75,000, they are at serious risk of losing a considerable amount of money. What is your view on that?
So Mr. Blake, the public policy perspective on paragraph 6 is obviously that in order to give people a route to redress as soon as possible, that's what the fixed sum process is there to do, and my view was always that that should be set at a level where for most people who would consider that, that would be, a decent level of redress that they would feel was appropriate to the situation that they were in. Obviously, you're right to say when you have a choice between a fixed sum and an individual assessment, you wouldn't want there to be a sense of risk or jeopardy that pushed people to a course of action that they ideally didn't want to go under. So the £50,000 reference in paragraph 6, it is effectively a security cap. It's a floor by which you will be aware if you're going through that process that you don't risk, for instance, getting a sum of redress which is considerably below the 75k. So you will see, I hope, in each of the decisions made, an attempt to provide people with a genuine choice as to what is the fair course of redress for them, bearing in mind quantum of redress and the timescale at which they will receive it, but always trying through whether there's the 50k floor in this proposal, or for instance through the HSS appeals scheme that we've announced, a set of checks and balances that hopefully give people assurance that it's not an attempt to force people down a route that they wouldn't necessarily want to go down, but to give them some assurance.
And how about the consideration of value for money for taxpayers in setting the £50,000 level where it is?
Well, I think in every decision that you make as a government minister, you always have to have regard for the fact that this is taxpayers' money ultimately you're making decisions on, and you want it spent fairly. But the key determinant, I would say, of the sums of money in this submission, it is what are the appropriate levels from a perspective of fairness for redress that are put in place. And you will see, obviously, I think people will understand if you didn't have the distinction between the two schemes, you wouldn't be giving people, you wouldn't be creating essentially the capacity to consider the more complex claims in a way that you would want to make sure there's fair and speedy redress for people in that cohort. Equally, I think you wouldn't want a situation where it was a choice between a fixed sum and no kind of security if you went down the other route.
Thank you. If we could scroll down, because this submission may be new for a number of the core participants, I'll just read to you paragraph 9, which addresses value for money. It says, there will be an overpayment due to this intervention. There is a risk that very small claims could make up a significant proportion of expected late applications, and all would be entitled to £75,000. As of June 2024, the Post Office had paid approximately 600 claimants £5,000 or less, and have paid over 100 of these claimants less than £1,000. However, officials believe the measure provides value for money overall, as there are no lower cost alternatives that ensure equal treatment of the Horizon Shortfall Scheme and GLO claimants. Offering a lower or no fixed payment is unlikely to reduce the overpayment risk and may increase the total costs to the government. The £75,000 fixed payment also reduces the administrative costs of resolving potential appeals due to under-settlements. As set out above, it also mitigates some of the criticism that the Horizon Shortfall Scheme applicants have underclaimed due to the lack of upfront legal advice and problems with the consequential loss guidance. Does that summarise for you the position in respect to the value for money?
Yes, Mr. Blake, I've always accepted there will be, in some cases, effectively an overpayment relative to the actual financial loss. But I think we would all accept, when you consider what the Post Office, what the UK state has put some of these people through, there's a wider set of factors to consider, and that the kind of approach articulated in paragraph 9, whilst yes, on the one hand, there would be some people who could nominally be said to receive a considerable sum in relation to the shortfalls that they had been held accountable for, when considered in aggregate, this is a fair and reasonable approach.
Thank you. If we please turn over the page and scroll down to paragraph 16. Paragraph 16, about halfway through that paragraph, says officials have discussed a potential closure date of the 31st of March for the Post Office, but this timing may need to be reviewed. You will receive separate advice on scheme closure date in the next few weeks. We're going to come on shortly to the closure dates of both the Horizon Shortfall Scheme and also the GLO. Are you able to confirm whether you did or received subsequent advice on this issue?
Yes, I've received, Mr. Blake, a further advice note on the potential closing dates for some of the compensation schemes.
Thank you. If we scroll over the page, please, there's a section on legal costs. That's in respect of the advice that's provided to applicants to the scheme. The current policy on the historic shortfall scheme legal costs is that the Post Office will reimburse reasonable fees for postmasters to seek advice on their offer for compensation. For those who wish to accept the £75,000 fixed sum, either as a top-up, where they have already settled their claim below this amount, or those who have not yet settled, we do not think that the cost of legal advice should be reimbursed. This is because the value for money is diminished by incurring significant expenditure on claimants' legal fees. Legal involvement will slow delivery down, and postmasters who settled below £75,000 have already had the opportunity to seek legal advice and are now being offered a higher amount. Can you assist us then? Why is it that applicants who accept the fixed sum award should not be provided with legal advice?
So, Mr. Blake, the intention of this point of the policy, from my point of view, was always that I believed people who were able to make a very clear personal choice that they would be in a satisfactory position to accept the fixed sum award would be able to do so, and the point in relation to legal advice was really to continue with the aspirations that could be delivered at a significantly faster pace than previous compensation had to date. It was always my belief that, and is my belief, that anybody who has a more complicated case, who believed they were borderline in terms of whether the £75,000 fixed sum would be adequate redress or not, would go down the route of individual assessment. And this was simply a way of getting appropriate redress to a significant group of people as possible who'd be able to make that decision without the regard to their own legal advice.
Do you recognise the risks that have been articulated in the inquiry about certain individuals who might fall slightly above the £75,000, say £85,000 or £95,000, and don't take legal advice and end up in a worse position?
Yeah, absolutely. I think whenever there's any kind of threshold in public policy, it's always people close to or above or near on that threshold that some of these particular issues will emerge from. You referenced in your previous question the fact that a number of the claims would technically result in overpayment if they went down the fixed sum route to redress. So my assumption here has always been that there'll be a significant group of claimants for whom this decision is relatively straightforward, and anyone in that more complex position would go down the route of individual assessment. And in fact, we'd have greater capacity to give those people appropriate redress at the pace they needed it at if we were able to free up capacity to do so because of being able to offer a significant fixed sum award to people who were in a position to make that decision quite clearly. I would say, just in relation to that, I'm aware that there has been, at various times, particularly in the public domain, criticisms about, how many different stages of this process involve, different sets of lawyers and the costs of those. That has never been a factor in a decision, like this. I think when you look at the scale of this injustice, you wouldn't want to in any way limit access to legal advice as part of that. This was simply about how to appropriately run the compensation schemes.
Thank you. Paragraph 19 says there is a risk that not offering legal advice will be criticised as unfair on postmasters, given previous commentary about low levels of legal representations for claimants in the Horizon Shortfall Scheme. However, as this intervention will benefit postmasters and is intended to be delivered swiftly, it is a defensible approach that ensures the benefits of the policy are fully realised, and we recommend that approach. A separate decision to introduce an appeals mechanism would also help here. Can you assist us? What is the current position on the appeals mechanism so far as you're aware?
Yes, so we have made the announcement that we will accept the advisory board's request for an appeals mechanism. That work is proceeding at pace. I believe and I hope you will understand I have to formally announce any new initiatives to Parliament itself, but I hope to be able to have some of the details able to be presented to the House of Commons in a very short period of time, certainly looking towards the very beginning of next year.
Thank you. In terms of the fixed sum, we've heard some evidence about concerns for those who sign up to that fixed sum, that they're waiving any rights to an appeals mechanism, that they're not yet aware of how it will work. What's your view on that?
Well, you will have seen in the bundle the reference to this that I made in an oral statement I made to Parliament shortly after becoming the Secretary of State. In that statement, I talk about how the appeals mechanism is in design there to make sure people who feel that there hasn't been appropriate consideration of all the evidence, they've got new evidence, can then have that considered through that appeal process. In practice, I believe that appeal scheme will be open to anyone who is dissatisfied with the result of their claim. Given the appropriate safeguards, caps, and a process that's in place already, I'm not sure that will be too large a group of people, but I think it is an important safeguard in the system to have. But effectively, just to repeat that to be clear, I see that as being available to anyone under the HSS scheme who is dissatisfied with the result of their claim.
Might that include those who accepted the fixed sum?
Not those who've accepted the fixed sum, or I believe that would result in insufficient capacity in that scheme to deal with the kinds of cases we're most interested in making sure have again had that full, speedy and effective redress.
Could we please turn to RLIT 40413, please?
Before we do, Mr. Blake, could I just ask one or two questions about this myself?
Absolutely.
First of all, in relation to paragraph 19, since it's still, was on the screen, this is one of the things that's going around in my head, Mr. Reynolds, so I'd like your help with it. My understanding is that under this HSS scheme that operated before fixed offers were introduced, once the scheme got to the point where an offer was made to a claimant, he or she, that is the claimant, at that point could take legal advice and be recompensed for the cost of it, subject to a limit, about whether the offer should be accepted or not, all right? Now, in a sense, all that's happening with a fixed sum is that an offer is being made at a much earlier stage because many of the steps leading to an offer have been left out. So I'm still struggling to see why there's a blanket refusal to allow legal advice about the offer of £75,000. I take your point, Mr. Reynolds, that for many people, the answer will be obvious. And in those circumstances, I think you can reasonably assume that they wouldn't bother with legal advice. But there are going to be some cases where there are difficult decisions to be made. And it's quite tough, I think, and I'm expressing a very provisional opinion, to think that the claimant in those borderline cases either has to make a decision without legal advice or pay for it themselves. So my question to you is, why is it a blanket no recompense for legal advice as opposed to a more nuanced policy which would allow for, shall we say, the obtaining of legal advice when it's obviously a borderline case? Yeah,
thank you, Sir Wayne. Look, I know you've taken a particular interest in this matter quite rightly. I would say the view in terms of the submissions that we received that became the policy was that to involve legal advice in such a way in the fixed sum would go against the objective of having a route to redress that was speedy, straightforward, easy to deliver at pace. I have always been of the view, as I said to Mr. Blake earlier, that anyone with any perhaps complexity or grey area in whether that would be the appropriate route for them would anyway go down the individual assessment route and take the offer of the funded legal advice. That was part of that. I appreciate what you're asking specifically, I think, is why not have an area, a bit of discretion in that, in terms of those particular cases. I think that is a very reasonable point, and I can assure you that we are looking very much to the work of this inquiry in terms of lessons for the future and whether there would be the need when you're dealing with schemes like this, or indeed this one, to take account of that. So I take on board your feedback on that point very much.
Well, I'm not making a recommendation in advance, Mr. Reynolds, I assure you, but I did want to clear my thought process at the very least about that. So thank you very much. And could we go back to paragraph 6, please?
Yeah, that's page 2.
And it's the sentence, 4 lines down. We therefore recommend that claimants who reject the 75K should not be able to return to it if, upon full assessment of their claim, they're awarded a lower amount. Fine, all right, I'll park that and think about it. But there's an intermediate position, isn't there, which I want to canvass with you again, because I'm sort of having these ideas floating in my head. The £75,000 is rejected, and the claimant goes down the route of full assessment. But long before he or she gets to full assessment, he or she realizes, A, that his claim may not be as valuable as they thought, or B, just out of frustration, they're fed up with the process. There's no getting off point, as I understand it. Once you reject the 75K, you've rejected it once and for all. You can't change your mind, shall we say, 3 or 6 months later, but long before any offer is made to you. Is that reasonable, do you think?
Well, so when I believe that is the position,
Yeah.
I have to be frank, I've never considered a situation properly where someone is in that place where they may wish, before the final determination is made, to change their route to redress. So I think that is an interesting proposition. I think you'd have to, in order to maintain the objectives here of the 2 routes to redress, decide when and how that would be appropriate to do so. It would also be my aspiration, to be frank, that compensation redress is delivered at such a pace that there aren't significant periods between the claim coming in and the money going out the door to pay for that redress, but that is unfortunately the situation we have with a number of the claims. So I think there'd have to be some appropriate safeguards in place as to when that were possible. But it is something that could happen if that would be where we believed we needed to make an alteration, again, to provide the right redress to people at the pace that they deserve it.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Blake. Back to you.
Thank you very much. If we could return then to that Guardian article, it's RLIT 40413. It addresses the potential deadline, and this time it addresses the GLO scheme rather than the Horizon Shortfall scheme, but I'll just read you a few passages. Post office operators affected by the Horizon IT scandal will not all receive payouts by March 2025 deadline, called for by the campaigner Sir Alan Bates. The Postal Minister has admitted. Gareth Thomas said it would be difficult to achieve the deadline, but promised there would be substantial progress towards clearing the compensation claim backlog by next summer. And he says a little further down, I wish I could commit to Sir Alan's time frame. Wednesday, I think we will have to have made substantial progress by next summer. Are you in the same position that you're not able to commit to a time frame? And if so, when do you anticipate?
Mr. Blake, I've thought about this a great deal, and obviously anything put forward by Sir Alan in particular is something I'll consider to a significant degree. The position I'm in is I'm trying to make sure people get redress for a horrendous scandal. And that's an important job of work. At a minimum, I don't want to do anything that makes that injustice even worse. And the worry about a deadline, can you imagine a situation where, for whatever reason, a claim has not come in? I think it would be unconscionable to say that is not going to be considered. Now, where I really do share Sir Alan's frustration is in the fact that the real significant delay in the GLO scheme is in the claims arriving in, because of the preparation for them. So I share all of Minister Thomas's concerns, but the last note I sent to my own officials was to say that if there was a situation where we were still going into next year frustrated at the lack of claims coming in, even though I've got those concerns I've just articulated, I may wish to go forward with something like that would make clear I've got to have those claims in order to get people the redress and the justice that they deserve. Now, I'd obviously want to make sure I was putting myself in a position where I wasn't committing any further injustice in future. But if my frustration at those claims not arriving in the department meant that I felt that was the only way to speed those up, and I felt that wasn't going to prejudice any individual claim based on the information that I had, it will be something that I will consider, because obviously I want to get redress to these people that they deserve as soon as possible.
Have you done any blue sky thinking, either in respect of the Horizon Shortfall Scheme or the GLO, or in respect of any of the other schemes, as to whether matters can be sped up, whether it's by lowering the evidential burden or in some way making it easier and quicker?
We think about the pace at which redress is being delivered a great deal, and I said to you in my introductory answers that obviously we have seen an increase since the election, but that has always been, from my personal view, not in such a way that has reduced either the accuracy of the redress payments being made, or in a way which has meant that claims today are being dealt with to a different evidential threshold to ones in the past. I think there probably would be some judicial review risk if that were seen to be the case. Where we've seen increases in the pace at which redress is being delivered, some of those are just old-fashioned issues of capacity and focus. As I say, it has been clearly an objective of the new ministers, of the new government, to make sure this is being done at pace. But again, I'd just like to reassure people that there's no sense of that being done at the cost of accuracy or a change to how cases are being considered relative to the past.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to a new topic, which is the Post Office Horizon System Offences Act. It came in just before the election. I think you said in your statement that you had some involvement. Can you assist us with what your involvement in that was?
That's right. I mean, people will be familiar with the challenge that the then government had, and we as the opposition were sensitive to, which was you have a large cohort of people for whom they were clearly wrongly convicted. There are two major problems with the traditional route to overturning those convictions, the criminal cases review process and commission. Well, firstly, that a lot of those people had lost all faith in the justice system, and I think we can understand why that would be the case. And second of all, the timeframes for where we had got to and extrapolating that out to where we would get to were for years and years. I mean, it was absolutely conceivable that if we had relied on the traditional constitutional route to doing so, many of those people would never have had the justice they deserved, and obviously would never have got then the redress that they deserved, because they would have been at that point in the process. And so when I felt I had a good working relationship with the then Conservative government's Postal Affairs Minister, Minister Hollenrake, when the potential, he approached me and told me that there was the potential for an act of parliament, very significant in constitutional terms, of course, to overturn these convictions. I was immediately aware of just how significant that would be and the reasonable concerns a lot of people would have about constitutional protections and oversight of that. But just looking at the problem, it was clear to me that was really the only vehicle that we had to deliver justice. And so you will, I think, appreciate, in any political context, you've got to consider not just the here and now, but what are the precedents people might take from that. I think we'd all say we wouldn't want a system where there were, where it was a common occurrence for acts of parliament to overturn the courts. I mean, that is not an easy or attractive proposition to have. So I really led conversations on our side of the aisle within the Labour Party about why I believed this was the best and only vehicle available to doing that. And between ourselves, I believe we secured the cross-party agreement that was necessary. I mean, I should say at this point we had no idea a general election was coming, so we didn't know it would be part of the expedited process that happens when an election is called to pass, the so-called washer procedure, when legislation goes through much quicker than it usually does. And I think if you looked at some of the Hansard exchanges around that, we very much tried to indicate the unique circumstances that had led to this position being reached and the cross-party agreement that lay behind that and some of those protections we thought were necessary around that. But I will say, Mr. Blake, I'm very much aware in a year, 10 years, 50 years, whatever, there'll be people who'll say, that was not the right decision because of the constitutional precedent, which I don't believe it did set, by the way, a precedent because of the unique circumstances of this. But I know people will maybe cite that in future. But I absolutely believe without that cross-party agreement and breakthrough, we'd be in a position here today where this cohort of people would not have had their convictions overturned and they would not be receiving redress.
Are you able to provide us with any update as to how many people have been contacted in respect of that legislation?
Yes, Mr. Blake. So you will be aware of, something, to be frank, at the time when we were having these discussions, and it wasn't until I'd become the Secretary of State and was several weeks into the job that I became aware of, which is the Ministry of Justice, which obviously, to the judicial system, held the records for this group of cases, was not in a position to speedily inform this cohort of people of their eligibility, that the convictions have been overturned and their eligibility for redress. I'm really aware of the fact that this whole issue is an example where there's a sense of different bits of government, different bits of the state not accepting accountability. So when I talk about my frustrations with the records, it's not me in any way passing blame or the buck for that, but I simply wasn't aware that it wouldn't be relatively straightforward, having had this breakthrough, to contact these people. For the people in the Horizon Convictions Redress scheme, there are 172 claims that have been received. That is up considerably, obviously, because it's a relatively new scheme. Full and final settlements under that scheme are now at 36, but there's still a significant number of people, therefore, who haven't had those interim claims. Because of the problems with the records, we've made a direct appeal for people to contact us directly and go into the system, though I, again, appreciate they will say, why don't you have the records, to contact us? And we are regularly in touch with the Ministry of Justice about their efforts to identify specifically claimants. The nightmare scenario would frankly be someone receiving a letter who wasn't eligible to receive it. But it is a frustration, and again, I would repeat the point that people who are in this position can contact the government directly in order to go into the system, and that the Ministry of Justice is working at pace on their side of this to make sure they're identifying the right people.
You spoke about those who aren't eligible. We've heard some evidence in relation to a category of people who aren't covered by the legislation. That's, for example, those who appealed but who refused leave to appeal or whose appeals were rejected. And as a result of them having previously appealed, they are then cut out of a scheme that overturns the convictions of those who didn't even go to the appeal stage. What is your view on that position?
So the specific criteria for eligibility under the Act of Parliament, obviously that was decided by the previous government, but we were aware through the parliamentary exchanges of the decisions that were taken. I think the two most significant ones were this cohort of people, so people who had already been able to go through the justice system but had not had their convictions overturned, the view being that they had already had the details of their case assessed in that way. And the other cohort were people who were not prosecuted by the Post Office. They were, for instance, by the Department of Work and Pensions, where there would be a different set of factors, different position in terms of obviously the well-known failure of disclosure process by the Post Office wouldn't apply to them. They'd be in a different position. I should say as well, of course, that the devolved governments passed their own legislation because of the devolved nature of justice across the United Kingdom. But specific to the cohort you referenced, Mr. Blake, I believe that the previous government assessment was they would already have had their individual circumstances assessed and therefore in a different position to the majority of the cohort who were then needed this legislation in order to have their convictions overturned. And
how about that other group that you identified, those who are prosecuted by other agencies?
So again, I believe, if I recall the conversations that were had and the exchanges in Parliament, that was based on a genuine sense that the circumstances of those cases were different, so there wasn't the same failure of disclosure that we were aware of in the Post Office prosecutions, and that frankly there would be within that cohort a greater number of cases where there were legitimate issues that had been pursued, and the blanket exoneration of the Act of Parliament wouldn't be the appropriate vehicle to include for those cases.
Thank you. My final topic today relates to the future of the Post Office. If we put aside what external consultants may be planning, so Boston Consulting Group, I think, have been involved in planning. We've heard about a strategic review from a company called Teneo. If we put those all aside, do you have any ideas as to how the Post Office might be changed to avoid a repetition of what we've seen in the past?
Yes, Mr. Blake. So, as I said in some of my earlier answers, I believe you cannot separate out the issues of justice and redress that this inquiry is rightly dealing with from those wider conversations about the future of the Post Office. I think the governance has to change. I mean, I think one of the most legitimate, questions that I get, from members of the public or constituents is the question of how did the Post Office not believe something must have gone wrong when all of a sudden after Horizon was introduced there was this huge spike in convictions. What did they think was going on? And I think you have to assume that what they thought was that Horizon was catching people rather than something could have gone wrong with the system, and it's just inconceivable that number of people were all of a sudden committing criminal offences and needed to be prosecuted. And so the governance model has to change. That has to be connected to the change in the business model, where postmasters have to earn more money from the services the public want. I want to say specifically, because I know it's come up in the media, that any question about the future, structure, governance of the Post Office would not be this government just, for instance, on the point of potential mutualisation. It wouldn't be just passing it over and saying, look, there you go, you're going to run yourselves in a different way. We're very much aware that the structure and the business model has to change in order to be sustainable. There are obviously some particular issues like the funding of a replacement for Horizon, which couldn't be funded at the minute from the Post Office itself. So those issues have to be addressed before we then look to what the future relationship is. But I'm absolutely certain that the future has to be one that addresses the lack of trust, the lack of reciprocity and genuine regard for people who are providing the front door services of the Post Office. And frankly, I believe anything should be on the table as to the right way forward around that. But as I say again, it has to come after we make sure the position of the Post Office is a long-term sustainable one.
Thank you, Secretary of State. I have one or two more questions. We're very close to 11 o'clock. Perhaps we can take a pause.
Mr. Blake, I make it 10:59, and I'm sure that no one would regard it as disrespectful if we take a natural pause, which is now. So I propose to start the minute silence now and people in the hall may stand if they wish or sit as they prefer. I am in a room on my own, so I will continue to sit down, but the minute begins now.
Secretary of State, have you given any consideration to some fundamental issues, such as whether the self-sustainability, self-sufficiency model is ever a realistic ambition? We heard from one of your predecessors, Greg Clark, some novel ideas about a fundamental change to the type of company that the Post Office is, some sort of public organisation that is not a private company. Are you able to assist us with your thinking on that?
Yes, Mr. Blake. I mean, as I say, I don't think anything should be off the table for the future. I think alternative governance models, mutualisation is one I think that's been in some of the media coverage, would have some particular advantages in terms of dealing with this specific breakdown of trust between different parts of the organisation and provide a route going forward. Some of the work that you mentioned, I mean, the distinction I'd have between, say, the Post Office's work with Teneo is that that's really about the kind of nuts and bolts of the business model. Where's money coming in? Where does it go? How can that change? What's the course of action required for the future? Whereas the Boston Consulting Group work with my department is really more about the kind of fundamental purpose as technology is impacted on some of the traditional services the post office operates. The future of cash, we're very keen as a government on banking hubs, which is not necessarily have to be run by the post office, but usually are. They are in my hometown in Staley Bridge. So there's a set of factors both for the post office as an organised, as a business, if you like, and then its fundamental purpose, both being looked at by the appropriate levels of government. The future, in terms of what that structure might look like, and it could be something different. I mean, I give that some thought. You will understand, to address some of the problems I'm talking about, that can't just be a top-down decision from a Secretary of State. The aspirations around the Green Paper, which I think Minister Thomas mentioned, which we intend to publish next year, is a chance for that wider conversation, a national conversation, to be frank, about that. I believe as an institution, as a brand, there's still tremendous public affection for and desire for the post office to have a strong future, but we've got to consider all of these issues as to its future business and how it is run as part of that process.
Can you see a time prior to the Green Paper on which the inquiry could be updated as to your thinking?
I think we are certainly progressing conversations with the post office as to how they wish to make sure the business model side of change is progressing. And I think there will be the opportunity to update the inquiry about some of that. I believe the questions about governance are probably best suited to the Green Paper because, again, fundamentally we'd want to be getting the input of postmasters themselves at the front line as to what they would like to see, what would give them reassurance that the culture and effectiveness of the organisation was changing as part of that. But if there were any developments at departmental level, I think it would be straightforward to be able to provide the inquiry with an update to that regard.
Thank you very much, Secretary of State. There are a small number of questions from core participants. So unless you have any questions, I will turn to...
Yes, please do. If I have any at the end, I'll ask them at the end, all right, Mr. Blake?
it's Mr. Steen.
Mr. Reynolds, my name is Sam Steen. I represent a large number of sub-postmasters affected by the scandal. They were engaged in, many of them were engaged in the High Court case, the Glow litigation, as we call it, in 2019. And the spread of people I represent include people that were not sub-postmasters, but also managers, people working in branches, and importantly, at least for today's discussions as regards what's going on strategy-wise for the Post Office, people that are still serving as sub-postmasters. In the answer to Mr. Blake's question just a second ago, which was about the timing or timeline for the delivery of a green paper, and your answer, which was that you felt it was best put within a green paper. You're a very experienced, long-term serving politician. Also, currently, you're in place as the Minister in charge of DBT. Can you give us the actual timeline, likely timeline, for such a green paper?
So the aspiration for the green paper that Minister Thomas referenced in his evidence is for next year. I'm afraid I can't give you any more specific guideline than that, but if it would be appropriate, can check with the department and maybe write if we've got an indicative part of how we believe that will be ready. I should say that that's simply because you'll be aware some of the very earliest, most significant priorities of the new government have been delivered by the Department of Business and Trade, the employment bill, for instance, or the investment summit. So please don't take any sort of sense that it's not an urgent priority. It's just that the number of things the department's had to do in the first 3 to 4 months of the government have been extensive. But the conversations we're having about the future of the post office, which are almost on a weekly basis in the department, should be an indication of just how significant we see this work. And it would be my aspiration, given I think the level of national interest in the future of the post office, to have that available and start that conversation as soon as possible.
We've had a number of witnesses recently that have said things just as the way you've just said them, in a way, which is we aim to do things really quite soon, we're getting on with it, and so on. Can you give us even a time bracket for delivery of a green paper? As an example, next year?
Yes, next year, that's the
Right. First half of next year, second half of next year?
It would be my personal aspiration for the first half of next year.
Now, you understand that this inquiry was set up with terms of reference, which included, obviously, learning lessons from the criticisms made by Mr. Justice Fraser in the High Court, and also assessing whether the processes and information provided by Post Office to postmasters are sufficient. So I'm reading from the terms of reference. So the processes and information provided by Post Office are sufficient to enable both parties to meet their contractual obligations, to enable postmasters to run their businesses. This includes assessing whether Post Office's related processes, such as recording, resolving postmaster queries, dispute handling, suspension, termination, are fit for purpose. In addition, determine whether the quality of the service offer for postmasters and their relationship with Post Office Limited has materially improved since the conclusions reached by Mr. Justice Fraser. So the terms of reference of this inquiry are not just historic. The word "are" means currently. And at the moment we're in this rather odd position, which is this inquiry has been now running for a number of years. There have been grave difficulties with disclosure, obtaining of material that have contributed to the length of this inquiry. And the judgment at the High Court in 2019, which was a seminal judgment, two judgments, in 2019, heavily criticising the Post Office, is the starting point for this inquiry. Yet we hear from you that the changes to take place within the Post Office, the ones that you spoke about at 11 minutes past 10 this morning, which are about a new business model, about the new direction of the Post Office. We hear from you and other witnesses that these are still yet to take place. So that means that the terms of reference of this inquiry are simply we are going to submit to the inquiry chair not going to be complete until we know, until we can see and examine what is happening to the post office. How is this inquiry going to be able to examine whether the new model that you've discussed, Mr. Relton's called a change in polarity of the post office, how are we going to examine that, Mr. Reynolds, considering all of these discussions are ongoing at the moment and that we may get a green paper somehow in the first part of next year?
Well, I can understand the frustration that underlines a question like that. Frankly, I can't speak for the previous government, although I would say on all of this we've played this completely straight without any politics, trying to be cooperative in opposition and then continue some of that work into government. So I can't speak for how significant the conversations were, before the 4th of July. I can only say for our part, if you look at the first 3 to 4 months, there was an urgent need, first of all, to make some of the decisions we've been through this morning on the redress scheme for the overturned convictions following the legislation, the appeal scheme, the fix-em awards, the work around the capture system as well. There was an immediate need around the issues of redress to respond to that. I believe potentially the previous government may have been looking for some sort of steer or guide from this inquiry, and you quite rightly make the point that you see that as part of the process itself. But I do know, in terms of the speed at which we've been looking not just at the issues of redress but the future and some of the decisions that are going to be in the public domain fairly soon, that sense of transformation is happening now. And I respect very much your point that you'd like to be able to assess that for a plan now. I don't think, to be frank, in opposition, that plan could have been drawn up in any adequate level of detail. But if you are telling me specifically that you feel that needs to be expedited in order to be a part of the kind of consideration that you're having in this inquiry, I understand that very much and can tell you that will inform my decisions going back to the department. But I don't think, given where we are sat here today, we could have increased the speed any further than we have, either for redress or the future business model of the post office.
Are you, Mr. Reynolds, are you prepared to return to this inquiry? It's a matter for Sir Win to decide. But if Sir Win, as an example, would wish to hear from you again, and possibly Mr. Thomas, the Post Office Minister, and hear as to progress and changes being made, are you prepared to return?
Of course, if Sir Win wanted me to return, I'd be more than happy to do so.
Now, compensation issues. You, at one point in dealing with a question from Sir Win, you thanked him from his feedback. Again, we're left in this odd position. The length of time it's taken to get to where we are regarding compensation means that we're about to close the evidence of this inquiry as of this moment, unless Sir Win directs otherwise, this week. We get to closing submissions through the remainder of the year. We have oral submissions in, I think, 16th, 17th of December. I'll be corrected if I have that date wrong. That means, in effect, that the oversight of compensation issues directly from this inquiry essentially is going to go, unless Sir Win directs otherwise, to return to these matters in another hearing date. That also means that the questions of the appeal mechanism, the question of whether the thresholds are correctly placed, the question of whether lawyers should be allowed to advise people that have justifiable claims but perhaps don't realise the extent of them, those won't have the inquiry's oversight. How are we to determine whether, in fact, you and your colleagues are going to be doing the right thing about these issues? Can we have a commitment from you to report back as to the changes that you are going to make on those very self-same issues? That is the threshold question, the access to lawyers, date of the appeal mechanism. Can we have that commitment from you, Mr. Reynolds?
Well, I can give you a commitment that we keep the performance of all of the compensation schemes under review. I'm very sensitive to the fact that Sir Win was clear he's not making a specific recommendation under any of those schemes. Of course, it has always been my view that the work we do as ministers, both in relation to the compensation schemes and the future of the post office, will of course have a considerable and indeed total regard to the findings of this inquiry. So you ask a slightly different question, which is about keeping the review and potential changes to those schemes available while the inquiry is going on. So I'd have to be guided by Sir Wyn in relation to that.
See, there's a bit of a trap here, Mr. Reynolds. What's happened is that there's been delays to those schemes. We've had witness after witness saying there have been problems with getting these schemes worked out, problems in setting them up, difficulties in assessing their breadth, and so on. A litany of problems that have delayed the activities of those schemes. But that delay itself has now led to a lack of potential oversight from Sir Wyn. So there's a trap that's been set up by a failure to grasp the issues. So what we need is, rather than you saying, well, you've heard Sir Wyn, we need a commitment to change on those very self-same issues. Now, we can ask, of course, Sir Wyn to, frankly, give an interim report or set out his own view on these matters, but that will be a matter for him. What we need is you to say, there are problems here, we need to resolve them, and they need to be resolved in favour of sub-postmasters. Now, I've called this before with other witnesses, a spirit of generosity. Forgive my voice, it seems to be going today, which is an unfortunate problem for an advocate. But I've called it the spirit of generosity, that decisions such as this should be made in favour of the sub-postmaster. And they need to be made in favour of the sub-postmasters, frankly, sooner rather than later. Don't you agree?
Yes, I would agree with that. And I would say, if you look at the actions we've taken to date, I think we can demonstrate that through each of the decisions that we've made, whether that's the approach to the publication of data under the different redress schemes, whether that's the openness around the capture report that we published, whether it's the changes with the route to fixed sum compensation or the appeal scheme, or indeed the redress scheme for overturned convictions. So where there is a need, where I receive direct feedback that there's part of the scheme, perhaps through the evidence, this inquiry, or a direct approach to me, where I believe there are changes that need to be made, I think we've demonstrated that we will make them, and we remain open to doing so in respect of any part of the system of redress if we feel or receive evidence that it's not working as it should.
Sitting just two across from me is Mr. Enright. He is partner at Howe & Co Solicitors. He's been involved in this matter, and his firm's been involved in this matter for many, many years. Are you prepared to meet with him to continue to keep an eye on these very self-same issues directly, so that he can discuss with you the progress and report back as far as he can the information that you give him as to these issues?
Yes, more than happy to give that commitment.
Can I turn then to Fujitsu and its role in this matter? Fujitsu has Mr. Patterson, who is the European director of Fujitsu, has come along to the inquiry, has given evidence in select committee. There's been an apology from Fujitsu for its role within this scandal. Just pausing, Mr. Reynolds. Now, we've asked questions of Mr. Patterson, which is to what extent is Fujitsu prepared to put its financial muscle behind redress? Now, redress comes in two different ways. Fujitsu have said that they would consider contributions towards compensation, but they will not do so until the close of this inquiry. Okay? That appears to be their current position. Mr. Patterson is giving evidence about such matters later on today. Have there been any approaches from Fujitsu to government to actually set out the structure of what it is proposing by way of contributions to compensation?
So no, I've not received any specific information in relation to that. My understanding is the same as yours, that there's been an acceptance of, I believe the phrase used was, a moral responsibility to make a contribution, but that they were waiting for the findings of the inquiry before taking that forward. I would welcome to see what the evidence will be in the remaining sessions, but I have always envisaged at some point those kind of conversations being necessary.
Well, can we try another way round? Has the government, to your knowledge, that's in the last 4 months, under your own leadership at DBT, or to your knowledge prior to Labour government, has the government reached out to Fujitsu and said, well, hang on, we are spending an awful lot of money on compensation. You've made a promise, it seems, to contribute. Why are you waiting the close of this inquiry? That seems to be running out the inquiry so that you're not under observation. Has the government done that? Has the government approached Fujitsu?
So I have not had that direct conversation. I am not aware if officials have had it at that level. It was genuinely always my understanding that the inquiry would conclude before that element would be addressed.
Yes. Would you consider approaching Fujitsu? It's quite convenient Mr. Patterson is here today. Maybe there's an opportunity, given time restraints in a busy timetable for a minister, just to have a word to set up a meeting.
Yes, I believe that will be a necessary meeting to have. I should say I've also been confronted with some rather unwelcome decisions I will have to make about the replacement for Horizon. The budget that I have walked in to find that being allocated, which is very, very large, and I think there are questions as to whether that is the right way forward that we're talking to the Post Office about. And frankly, the need to have further involvement with Fujitsu to make sure there is a transition between the existing system and what the future will be, which I believe neither Fujitsu themselves would ideally want to be involved in, and frankly I wouldn't ideally be in the position I'm in, where I might have to make a decision to extend that involvement in order to make sure that system is properly accounted for before a new system is in place. So there are some issues already of engagement between DBT and Fujitsu that will have to be there, and I'll say some of that is frankly less welcome than it would be, but that's simply the situation I've walked through the door to find. Lastly,
and only this, this scandal affected families. It affected people in small branches up and down the country. It affected the classic post office that we see in the high streets and the villages and the towns. It affected a lot of people living in these premises, their partners, their children, their education, their ability to consider their children's needs. And we know that there is a voice for children that needs to be expressed properly before this inquiry, which is that they're damaged as well. They feel affected by what's happened. They've been hurt. Their aspirations have been limited. Questions about their education need to be addressed. In other words, there is a need for a restorative justice that considers the wider implications of this scandal and what's happened. Now, we heard, I think, from Mr. McCaldrin that discussions have already taken place within government on this very issue. It's an issue that we, on behalf of the client group we represent, we've suggested that Fujitsu could contribute to. But actually, this might be something to be grasped by both government and Fujitsu, and really good work could be done here. It needn't cost that much, cost a bit. But it's about ideas. It's about making it possible for those families that have had such great difficulties. What's happening in that regard, Mr. Reynolds?
No, that's absolutely right. So the issue of wider family impacts was very much on our minds when we came to office. We have commissioned some preliminary work around that. You'll understand a whole range of questions as to the kind of harms you're looking at, the kind of impacts, making sure the definition of family members is a modern one that understands families come in all shapes and sizes. You wouldn't want to commit further injustice by getting some of that wrong. You mentioned whether specifically Fujitsu could be a part of the answer to that. I think that is an interesting proposal. I wouldn't necessarily want to limit the involvement of Fujitsu just to that element of redress. But the impact on wider family members is something that is being looked at within government, yes.
I said I finished, but I really will. But I mean, we've made that suggestion to Mr. Patterson last occasion when he gave evidence. It's not a new proposal. So again, could that form part and parcel of the wider discussions? I mean, frankly, there's a need to restore the families back to what they hoped to be when they started their journey through the post office. And at the moment, that doesn't seem to have been grasped. Thank you, Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you.
So we have questions from Ms. Shah as well.
Sorry, I just can't hear Mr. Blake at the moment. Oh, hi, sorry.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, can you hear me now? Is that working now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Perfect. Morning, Mr. Reynolds. I ask questions on behalf of the National Federation of Sub-Postmasters. So Mr. Reid, in his evidence to the inquiry, said that he thought that the culture at the post office had changed and improved under his 5-year tenure as CEO, although that does not align with the key findings of Grant Thornton's report of the post office. There's no need to turn it up, but for the transcript, that report is POL 0044871. That reported earlier this year, and the key findings on page 13 include that there's an inability to unlock a unified purpose and shared ambition around a longer-term vision and strategy between POL and its shareholder. There's an unconscious bias around the lack of accountability. There's a lack of clear understanding of objectives, roles, responsibilities, and purpose. And that in relation to culture, there's a misalignment on accountabilities between POL and DBT UKGI, which is culminating in a failing working relationship. Would you agree that these findings show that there continues to be significant issues in relation to culture and governance at the Post Office?
Well, thank you for that question. I would say, having been the Secretary of State for 4 months, I can't comment on claims from the progress of the last 5 years. But I would say that we start from the position that things need to change extensively, as I've said in some of the previous answers, with regard to the business model, the accountability, the governance structure. I think the job at the Post Office that is required is one of transformation, not accepting that things are in a position now that is to anyone's satisfaction. And broadly, I think that is something which is held by people involved at every level of the Post Office.
And just to pick up on something that Mr. Steen has raised, whilst the Grant Thornton review shows that there are continuing issues with the culture of the Post Office, 5 years after the GLO judgments, what confidence can this inquiry and the UK's postmasters have that once the scrutiny of the inquiry is removed, that the Post Office and that the government will ensure that culture and governance is improved? In other words, when the spotlight of this inquiry is turned off, is there not a danger that things will just revert to business as usual and this will remain a problem just too big, just too hard and just too expensive for government to solve?
Yeah, I think that is absolutely the right question. And when I talked about the nature of the job as I see it at the government level, being not just sorting out the routes to redress and the pace at which redress is received, but they can't be divorced from those wider questions about the future of the Post Office. That is what I mean by that. I think there is a danger, there is a perception that we could simply, even if we did a good job on redress, maybe not link it to the wider future and questions of transformation. I think it's an absolutely reasonable question. So the commitment that we have as a government is to deal with these things together, and I hope there's some assurance of that. Making sure that is held to, because I know government ministers change, they come and go, different people take over these departments. I think that is a job that will have to be held not just by the government but by Parliament. I think the Select Committee in particular will play a role in ensuring that. But I think we should all acknowledge that that is what success looks like here. It's not just about resolving issues of redress and justice, it's about the future of the Post Office. Playing the role I believe it can and should play in national life, but in a way which recognises just how wrong things had got in the past.
Okay. Well, this inquiry has shown the prolonged and consistent history of Post Office with government oversight, treating postmasters as subservient and unworthy, making choices that benefit Post Office as a company and that are detrimental to postmasters, and not valuing or listening to postmaster input. Would you agree that there may need to be a number of different cultural change initiatives run by or implemented by Post Office and government or your department in order to restore the confidence of a group of people that have been consistently failed?
Yes, I would agree with that statement entirely, and I would say that there absolutely has to be a position where people postmasters delivering services on the front line for the organisation feel that the overall organisation itself is there to support them rather than to have what has clearly been an adversarial relationship, or one that has been lacking in trust, or one that's been lacking in respect, to be frank. And that is at the heart of what, when we talked about with Mr. Blake, some of the potential governance changes have to be a part of that. I think there's, the people I speak to who've been affected by this, fairly widespread recognition about the nature of a business model needing to change to provide greater remuneration to people delivering the services to postmasters themselves, and that will necessitate some quite considerable changes to the organisation centrally in order to do that. I think there's an open-mindedness to different governance models as to the right way to do that. I don't think anyone needs to be prescriptive at this stage about it, but I think you should always have sight of what's your objective in those changes. It's not governance changes for the sake of it. It's about what would produce that much stronger, healthier relationship going forward.
Okay, thank you. Well, we've heard from other witnesses to this inquiry that it might not be practical for government alone to play a more active role in the oversight of the Post Office due to the nature of the arm's length relationship. But would you agree that it could only be a good thing for there to be an increased oversight and transparency, and that this would be key in detecting and resolving any potential issues within the Post Office going forward?
So I would say this issue of how arm's length bodies and how government and UKGI functions is one that's got to be central to the conversation and the answers that we're having. Now, I honestly cannot tell you, having been a Secretary of State for no more than 4 months, whether I am confident that the arrangements of the UK state in this way will always work effectively, or whether this was just the wrong questions being asked, the wrong people, the wrong mechanisms, or whether there's something more fundamental at stake in that. I would say that I look at a whole range of things that I have seen from the perspective of being a member of Parliament for over a decade, and obviously this is a significant one, but I think about Hillsborough, I think about Bloody Sunday, I think about we've recently seen around Grenfell, and I think there are some quite profound questions that we as a country have to ask ourselves that go beyond individual mechanisms for oversight as to how we establish and run these kinds of organisations. There are things that have been going fundamentally wrong with how power is wielded in the UK, how accountability is provided for. So I think, yes, there are some specific questions around the future governance, structure and oversight, but I think there are some wider changes we've got to think about as a country, whether that is, there's been, I know as part of this inquiry, some conversation about how we would address in future historic miscarriages of justice and abuses of power, in whether there's a sort of different mechanism, a standing mechanism we can have to do that. You'll know the government's committed to something called the Hillsborough Law, the duty of candor. I think all of these things are connected to each other, and whilst we've got to address the specific problems of this inquiry, there are some wider lessons that we've got to consider, because there have been too many cases in modern British history of fundamental abuses of power, and that is just how it is. And we've got to recognise that we've got to have the humility to recognise lessons have to be learnt from all of these things going forward.
Well, just to focus on the question of oversight, you might have heard the evidence of Sir Alex Chisholm on the 7th of November. In his evidence, he proposed an independent oversight committee with reporting obligations to the Post Office Board, the authority to write to the Secretary of State with concerns, and obligations to report periodically to Parliament. And in support of that, he states that whilst this would add an extra layer, the particular circumstances here where the Post Office Board has failed in its oversight responsibilities, which clearly lie with the Post Office Board and the Management Executive being a part of that. Their internal legal teams over many years have failed to provide effective service. Then that has caused a terrific breakdown of trust, not only with the sub-postmasters, but with the wider public. And he suggested that special measures are required because of the failings that the organisation have gone through. And just for the transcript, that's pages 167 to 168 of that transcript. Now, the NFSP has drafted a proposal for an oversight committee, which it has discussed with various key individuals within Post Office, government and others. Again, no need to turn it up, but for the transcript, that is WITN 003701110. I'm not sure if you've seen this proposal, but it says that the aim is to expand on the existing shareholder relationship framework that currently exists between the government and Post Office, whilst retaining its social purpose, to ensure a situation similar to the Horizon scandal is never able to occur again, while securing the future of the network. That it says that lack of expertise, scrutiny and accountability were key elements of how this scandal continued for so many years. It is therefore the aim of this proposal to bring together a committee of people with specific Post Office knowledge alongside those from a wider social perspective to ensure that the social purpose of the Post Office remains key. And then at page 5 of the proposed membership page 5 of the proposal, it outlines the proposed membership of the committee, and that includes postmaster representative bodies such as the NFSP, unions such as the CWU and Unite, representatives from the government, consumer champions, and representative bodies for groups who rely upon the social purpose of the post office, such as older people and people from economically deprived areas, as well as a temporary role for individuals who could offer advice on specific issues pertinent to the agenda, among others. So in light of this scandal, would you agree that it could only be a good thing for stakeholders to work together for the betterment of the post office in an open and transparent forum such as the one proposed here?
Well, look, I'll certainly look at that. It's clearly a thoughtful proposal responding to what we have seen. I would want to make sure that any governance change was, first of all, one that was going to be effective. I mean, on paper, the existing structure could have been effective, but clearly wasn't. I also wouldn't want anything which is seen to sort of be outsourcing responsibility for fixing these problems to a committee of people or whatever. I think that might be perceived as the opposite of what we're trying to do in terms of facing up to and providing redress in relation to this and providing a future which is one where we got confidence we've put these problems right. But the kind of thoughtful proposal you're putting forward, I can see where that has come from and what that would mean. So I promise we would absolutely consider anything of this kind in this way. It would also have to be consistent, of course, with any future governance or business model changes, but I appreciate the good faith nature of what you're putting forward, and it's something we'll look at.
So would you be willing to make a commitment then to discuss this proposal with the NFSP and others to explore this option and give the public and postmasters confidence in the future, because you'd agree it's important to help ensure that the post office meets its social purpose as a government-owned company rather than acting as a company with only profit as its goal?
I would absolutely be willing to meet anyone about the future of the organisation. I would say as well, whilst I can see the very good spirit and good faith nature of that proposal, fundamentally, I think if postmasters felt that was something, but they still didn't have the power, they still didn't have a structure that gave them authority, and they would just be, the perception of that being a talking shop for grievances or not getting to the source of what had gone wrong here. I'd be cautious about that. But again, I can see, the positive nature of that proposal and where it's come from, and it's obviously worthy of further discussion.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. There is a small number of questions from Miss Patrick. If I'm not going to get in trouble with the stenographer, can I propose that we can take those?
No, I think, I'm sorry, it's over an hour and a half now, and I think small numbers of questions seem to become longer, not shorter this morning, so I think we need to take a break.
Thank you, sir. That's absolutely fine. After that break, we'll need to take at least a 15-minute break before Miss Badenoch attends.
Yeah, fine. So what time shall we resume?
So perhaps if we take a short break now,
Yeah.
say 5 minutes.
Well, let's make it 11:45.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Ms. Patrick.
Good morning, Minister. Good morning. My name is Angela Patrick. I act for a number of sub-postmasters who were wrongfully convicted and have since had their convictions quashed. I'm instructed by Hudjo solicitors. And I only have two topics to cover with you. The first is a question about mechanics almost. In phase 2, we heard evidence about handover from one administration to another and back again. And one topic that came up was the issue of a new administration not being able to access the papers of the previous administration. And I just want to ask you, Minister, has that practice changed?
Yeah, absolutely, really interesting question. So, bear in mind this is all still relatively new for the new ministers. That is my understanding, that we can't access papers and decisions from previous administrations. It comes up in a number of occasions, to be honest, particularly actually around in the department consideration of things like the trade talks and so forth. We have to refresh all of that as a new government. I would say specifically in relation to the post office, I've never felt that there's something I needed that I haven't had access to. Some of the broad policy decisions, for instance, setting up the appeal scheme for HSS, had already sort of been, they were in the public domain through the advisory board's recommendations. So it wasn't like there was something I felt we didn't know where it had come from or where it had originated, or a piece of information. And I think as far, well, certainly from my point of view, I would say I had a fairly good relationship with particularly Kevin Holland-Rake, who'd been the Postal Affairs Minister before the election, and frankly the ability to talk or raise issues between us quite readily. So that is my understanding of our constitution, but I don't feel, or haven't felt, it's been a barrier for me in this case.
In practical terms, just to think about what that might mean, thinking about one or two of the topics that are still very much live, the strategic review and NBIT, if there had been, for example, some work done under the previous administration, a report produced or a piece of research or a piece of thinking that was set down in paper and in a drawer somewhere at the department, that couldn't be fished out and given to you as a minister, but civil servants would have access to it. Is that a reflection of the rule? So
I believe what you're describing is right, and I just want to say I don't consider myself an expert on this, having just been through it fairly recently. I also don't quite know the situation in relation to an arm's length body that is sponsored by the department that would essentially be doing its own work and then referring that back to the department for oversight or for decision making. But again, I would say I don't feel that there's sort of anything that I'm aware of that has happened or would be beneficial to know about that I haven't had access to. And when I have said in exchanges in Parliament, either in responses to questions from the oral statement or in departmental questions, some of the things I've shared with you this morning about the direction of travel I want to see the post office in, I've felt there's broadly a degree of consensus between the benches on that future direction, though I haven't had a sort of specific conversation with the former government about what they were thinking in terms of the future of the post office.
Thank you, Minister. The second topic I want to talk about is Mr. Steen raised the issue of families and compensation. Now, are you aware of an organisation called Lost Chances?
I don't think I am aware of that, no, sorry.
So there's an organisation called Lost Chances for Sub-Postmaster Children who represent the children of sub-postmasters who suffered as a result of the scandal. And were you aware that they had met with Paul Patson of Fujitsu on the 9th of August of this year?
No, I'm not aware of that meeting, sorry.
And since that date, Hudjo solicitors have been chasing for Lost Chances, chasing Fujitsu for follow-up on that action. Have you had any conversation or contact with Fujitsu since that date in early August to discuss precisely that issue?
No, I haven't had that, but I'm pleased, first of all, that that conversation has happened, though frustrated to hear it obviously hasn't resulted in the follow-up that people would have wanted from that. And I'd be very happy to be, as a government, as a department, a sort of party to those conversations if that is deemed to be helpful going forward into the future. And I think, similar to the exchange we had earlier about possible options for redress in future, this is obviously an element of those, though I wouldn't necessarily limit the conversations with Fujitsu just to that, but I can see why this would be an area of particular and appropriate interest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no further questions.
Mr. Reynolds, before you finish, can I just ask you this? I have heard evidence from some witnesses which suggests that, in effect, the post office cannot be rescued. Those are my words, not their words, but that's what it amounts to at the extreme end, all right? You have expressed quite firmly to me this morning at the beginning of your evidence that despite all the things that have happened, the post office should be preserved. So what I'd like, if it's possible for you to do, is to just give me the 2, 3, 4, whatever they are, bullet points, which lead, I take it, your government and you personally to think that it's worth preserving the post office.
Yeah, so that's an incredibly thoughtful question. I would say, despite the scale of what went wrong here, and it was very, very large indeed. I mean, people who recognise me, if they recognise me as a cabinet minister in the street, this will be one of the things they bring up, that's on their minds, wanting to know what the progress is, what the pace of redress is, and so forth. Despite that registering with the public in this way, I do genuinely feel the public still want a post office. They still want the service it provides. When I go into, the post offices in my local community, they're actually always pretty busy. I think, as I say, the regret is that I don't think postmasters are earning appropriate remuneration from that level of business taking place. And frankly, when it comes to new initiatives like banking hubs, I think the post office has been, and in every case actually has been, the natural partner picked to run that in a local community. I think there is, fundamentally, a need for something, whatever you call it, whatever the future is, that is the post office on the high street, providing the kind of services that it currently does, and potentially some new things in the future. I think the big public policy questions like the future of cash in our society and the closure of high street banking in many communities, I think the post office is part of the answer to those other wider public policy concerns. And I do foresee potentially in future services that aren't currently delivered by the post office, the post office being a potential vehicle for delivering them in that way. But I think the future is definitely one that has, to be frank, a significantly smaller centre, and is based much more around power, authority, and governance being provided to postmasters on the front line, really a central organisation serving those people in a way I don't think that's been the relationship leading into this scandal in particular. I would also say, to be frank, even when there are, I've had circumstances in my constituency, where someone providing postal services, wishes to move on, retire, whatever, and you ask for, is there another business in the local community willing to provide these things? If that can't be found, there is still genuine regret amongst the public at the loss of those services. So I feel both the public demand and the policy rationale is still there, and that underpins these conversations and work that we're doing on what the future might look like.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reynolds. I'm very grateful to you for taking the time to come to give evidence at the inquiry. All I need to do is to thank you for doing that.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here, Sir.
Right, Mr. Blake, a 15-minute break, yeah?
Yes, we'll need 15 minutes in which everybody clears the room, I'm afraid.
Right, okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was a drink or coffee?
afternoon, Ms Badenoch. My name is Jason Beer and I ask questions on behalf of the inquiry. Can you give us your full name, please?
My full name is Kemi Badenoch.
Thank you. You've provided kindly 2 witness statements to the inquiry. The first of them is dated the 26th of September 2024. Could you please open it? I think it's tab A2 in your bundle there. For the transcript, the URN is WITN 11480100. I think it's 9 pages in length, excluding the appendix. Is that your signature on page 9?
Yes, that is an electronic signature, but yes, I did sign electronically.
Thank you very much. And are the contents of that witness statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Thank you very much. And if you turn on a tab to your second witness statement, which is dated the 7th of October 2024, that's 14 pages in length, excluding the appendix. I think there's one correction to make. Paragraph 2 on page 1.
That's right.
Second line, should the date be the 26th of September 2024?
Yes, that's correct. That's the correction required.
Thank you very much. And is that your signature on page 14?
Yes, that is another electronic signature, but this is mine.
And is that witness statement with that correction brought into account true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. By way of background, I think it's right that before coming to Parliament in 2017, you worked firstly as a software engineer in the CGI group, is that right?
Yes, for a company called Logica CMG, which then became the CGI group.
Which is, I think, a Canadian IT consulting firm, is that right?
Not when I was there, but yes, I believe that is what it is now.
You then worked as a systems analyst, I think, at RBS,
yes.
Is that right? The retail and commercial bank. And then I think you moved to be an associate director at Coutts, the private bank and wealth management firm, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And then finally, before Parliament, you worked as the digital director at the Spectator magazine, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. You became an MP, the member for Saffron Walden, as that constituency was then described, in 2017, and I think you remained on the back benches until July 2019, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
In July 2019, you took up the position of Parliamentary Under Secretary of State for Education.
Yes.
And then from February 2020 until the 15th of September 2021, you were the Exchequer Secretary to the Treasury.
Yes, I was.
And that was when Mr. Johnson was Prime Minister and Mr. Sunak was Chancellor.
Yes, that's right.
From the 16th of September 2021 until the 6th of September 2022, I think you were a Minister of State at the Department for Levelling Up Housing and Communities.
Yes.
You were the Secretary of State for International Trade and indeed the President of the Board of Trade between the 6th of September 2022 and the 7th of February 2023.
Yes, I was.
And then, most relevantly for us, from the 7th of February 2023 until the 5th of July 2024, you were Secretary of State for Business and Trade.
That is correct, yes.
And so it's that 17-month period, February 23 until July 24, that we're most interested in, you understand?
Yes, thank you.
And then I ought to record in the evidence that after the 5th of July 2024, you've been a member of His Majesty's opposition, more recently leader of the Conservative Party and therefore leader of the opposition.
That's right.
Could I turn back to the beginning then of the relevant period, February 2023? Mm-hmm. I think you tell us in your witness statement that you received an introductory briefing concerning the Post Office on the 21st of February 2023, is that right?
Yes.
And so that was about 2 weeks into your time as Secretary of State?
Yes.
What was your state of understanding about the issues concerning the Post Office, and in particular the Horizon scandal, before you took up your role as Secretary of State in February 2023?
No more than a lay MP. So I was aware that there had been an issue with the Horizon system, and I was also vaguely aware about the outcome of the court case, which was that an injustice had occurred and a lot of postmasters required redress. But the full detail of what had gone wrong with Horizon and what the postmasters had endured, I was not familiar with.
And so the previous ministerial and similar appointments you had held hadn't brought you into contact with the Post Office or the scandal in any substantial way?
Not that I recall, no.
Thank you. And so the Common Issues Judgment, the Horizon Issues Judgment, the settlement of the group litigation, the overturning of convictions by the Court of Appeal in April 2021, the overturned conviction scheme, the Horizon shortfall scheme, and the GLO compensation scheme, all of the things that you were told about in that briefing of February 2023, they were essentially news to you, is that right?
In the sense that the detail of what they were was provided. I am sure that as of that time, I would have heard about schemes and references to them. But in terms of the detail, that was news to me. I was fully engrossed in my other ministerial roles. In fact, the only thing that's missing from it's very comprehensive. Yes, that I was Minister for Equalities from 2019 right up until July 2024. So I also had another ministerial job. So most of what I was doing was focused on my ministerial role and my work as a constituency MP.
Understood. Can we look at the briefing, please? It will come up on the screen. Bays 301061. You'll see this is headed Post Office Introductory Brief for the Secretary of State. You'll see that it's dated February 2022. I think that must be a typo because this was February 2023.
It could have been a typo, but it may also have been a lightly updated version of the standard briefing which they would provide to Secretaries of State.
And so still a typo because the date ought to have been updated.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Can we please look at page 2, an overview, if we just pan out a little bit, please. Thank you. An overview is given of the Post Office. You'll see, for example, on the last bullet point, it gives some dates, or a date of January 2023. So it is updated, perhaps even lightly. And these kind of facts and figures, these would have been new to you?
Yes, definitely.
And if we go over, please, to page 3. There's a diagram setting out the government's relationship with Post Office Limited. It records in the rubric that the Secretary of State became the sole shareholder in the Post Office Limited in 2012 by virtue of the Postal Services Act 2011. And then you'll see the boxes set out, 2 boxes on the left, 2 in the middle, and then 2 on the right. And on the left-hand side, 2 boxes, one within the other, one referring to you, the Secretary of State, and one referring to the Minister, Mr. Holinrake. Did that position, as is set out in those boxes, reflect the state of affairs on the 21st of February 2023, i.e. the date of the briefing?
Yes, because if I can describe the nature of the machinery of government change, Kevin Holinrake had already been in the Department for Business before it was joined up with Trade. So he was already carrying out that work. So effectively, the delegation existed even before he had come to the department. But what the main change was that I was becoming the Secretary of State for Business as well as Trade, and I was taking on the sole shareholder responsibilities.
I see. And so, as at the date of this meeting, the 21st of February 2023, 5 functions were retained by you, the 5 bullet points under sole shareholder, namely board appointments, remuneration, Post Office's strategic plan, the funding envelope, and the size of the network, but delegated to Mr. Holinrake, ministerial oversight, and the parliamentary spokesman.
Yes, but I'm not sure that fully describes how it would have worked. The 5 items which are listed as my responsibilities, Kevin would have also been working on them as well. So the delegation works in the sense that both ministers are aware of everything that's happening. He tends to, the junior minister looks at the detail, and I serve as an escalation point, usually given updates and decision-making capacity after he has provided advice to me based on what he thinks should happen. That was the main nature of the role delegation and responsibilities.
In your witness statement, let's look at it, please. It's the second witness statement, which will come up on the screen. So WITN 11480-200, page 3, paragraph 10. Thank you. You say 2 days later, on the 23rd of February, so that's after the meeting we've just looked at, 2023, I had another meeting with David Bickerton, at which it was suggested that Post Office business should be delegated to the Minister Kevin Hollingray. It was entirely normal as Secretary of State to delegate aspects of my large portfolio to ministers. And then you referenced a list of your ministerial responsibilities, which was indeed large. It seemed entirely sensible to delegate Post Office issues to Kevin Hollingray, given his interest in and grip of the issues, and the fact he was already doing this work as Minister within Bays prior to the creation of DBT and prior to your arrival as Secretary of State, which you've just essentially said. So do we take it correctly from that there was essentially a further delegation beyond that which was described in the 2 boxes which overlapped, with 5 bullet points in the first box and 2 bullet points in the second box?
I think it would be more accurately described as a ways of working. So a more comprehensive restating of what sort of delegation I wanted to see. It was effectively the same sort of relationship that you would have had in any other ministerial department, where the junior ministers look after the detail. But this conversation, if I recall correctly, was just me restating my ways of working to David Bickerton and looking at just the sheer scale of what needed to be done, ensuring that we weren't dropping the ball on anything. Because as at this point, I was still carrying out all of my duties as Trade Secretary. So I was effectively taking on the work of 2 departments. And I was quite concerned about how much needed to be done on the Post Office. And I wanted to make it clear that Kevin had authority and they shouldn't wait for everything to come to the Secretary of State. That's one of the things that does tend to happen, where even when a junior minister has opined on things, people wait for the Secretary of State, and that ends up slowing things down. So it was a restating of how I saw the delegation working.
This paragraph here refers to the delegation of Post Office business or the delegation of Post Office issues to Kevin Hollingray in the second and about the 7th line. Was that delineated in any way, i.e. which things you were formally delegating to him?
I don't believe so, because I would still be official decision maker. So delegating, from my perspective, apart from the parliamentary work, carrying out oral statements and so on, was the day-to-day work on the Post Office, meeting people. So the meetings, going to the board meetings, for example, talking to the staff within the Department of Business and Trade. So the day-to-day ministerial work of the Post Office was for him to look after, and then the decision points would come to me.
So you retained formal responsibility for decision-making. That wasn't delegated, but day-to-day business was?
I would, well, yes, that is correct. So I retained formal responsibility for decision-making, but I also allowed him to make decisions and then let me know what he had wanted to do, and I would decide whether I needed to take a different option, which rarely happened. But I believe that all ministers should have the capacity to take decisions without constantly being micromanaged by the Secretary of State. So when decisions would come to me, it would often be because there might have been a difference between what Kevin wanted to do and official advice, and I would need to decide which way to go, or if he just wanted me to be aware of conversations that had occurred before he ended up making a particular decision.
Thank you. Can we go back to the diagram, please, which was Bayes 301061. And look back again at page 3, please. You see, after the Holling rate box, I'm going to call it, there is a line up to Post Office Policy Team and a line down to UKGI Shareholder Representative.
Yes, I do.
And within the Post Office Policy Team box, the first bullet point is setting overall policy direction for Post Office. Did the DBT Post Office Policy Team have the responsibility for setting the overall policy direction for Post Office?
Well, it depends on what you mean by policy versus what the officials mean when they've put that on the slide. Can you elaborate exactly when you say policy? How do you mean?
I can only go on the words on the page, Ms. Badenoch, which suggest that the Post Office Policy Team had responsibility for setting the overall policy direction for Post Office.
So I don't think that that is what they are referring to. Ministers decide policy, but the Post Office policy was decided long before Kevin and I had become ministers. I suspect what they were trying to say there was ensuring that they passed on what we were talking about in terms of policy direction onto the Post Office. But in terms of setting overall policy direction, that would happen at ministerial level.
So that's one issue, responsibility for setting, and you say that that rested with the politicians rather than the civil servants.
Well, yes. I mean, the funding comes from the politicians. The nature of what the Post Office should or shouldn't be doing comes from politicians. But this is one of the things that's quite interesting about the Post Office itself as an entity. It's one of those organizations that's neither fish nor fowl. It's not fully public service. It's also commercial. As the sole shareholder, as ministers, we can't get involved in commercial decisions. We don't often have the detail and the expertise. This is just one of about 30 other arm's length management organizations which we're looking at. However, the policy teams do have the time to carry out that bit of work. And remember, policy teams also carry out the research which advises ministers on what the options are, and then we decide which direction to take. So I suspect this bullet point is trying to explain to me what the policy team does, rather than trying to define to outside observers how the Post Office is being managed.
In the answer before last that you gave, you said that the policy team was, and I'm summarising here, more responsible for taking the decisions made by the politicians and passing them on or carrying them into effect.
Yes.
You'll see that there isn't an arrow coming out of the Post Office policy team box. And this isn't just me picking apart a diagram. I'm trying to actually understand, on behalf of the inquiry, what role the policy team had in setting the policy direction for the Post Office. If it was responsible for carrying into effect the will of ministers, how did it do that?
Well, this was one of the things which UKGI, for example, was doing as the shareholders.
And sorry to speak over you. I can understand that, but that's not what this diagram shows, is it? Here, the arrow goes down to UKGI, and it suggests under the first bullet point that its responsibility was to challenge the Post Office's strategy rather than setting it.
So I think that this diagram needs to be looked at in context. It is not a definitive diagram of exactly how everything works. It is really a short briefing document so that we can see how all of the teams are interacting and give a high-level overview of what it is they do. This PowerPoint is not a Bible for exactly how things should work. We, as ministers, will have multiple teach-ins where teams are rushing through in half-hour, one-hour meetings how an organization is put together and how it all works. But the real learning goes on over a longer period of time, not the half-hour meeting. So I wouldn't read too much into this diagram as the definitive sort of explanation of how things worked. You know, even as I described the delegation, this is simply what they're showing me on day one. This is officially what you do. Here's our team. This is what we do, and so on and so forth. I would not use this diagram as a full description of how every single thing happened. It's a useful illustration.
You said that, in fact, UKGI had responsibility for carrying into effect the politicians' decisions as to Post Office's strategy.
No, that's not quite what I said. I said UKGI also carried out that sort of representation of what ministers wanted as shareholders' representative, but they were not a policy team.
Who did have responsibility for carrying into effect ministers' decision as to the policy direction of Post Office?
Well, it depends specifically on the issue. We have a team that has a director. There's a director general who covers the Post Office as well as many other departments, business areas, as well as arm's length bodies, British Business Bank being a classic example. And there'll be quite a few people within the policy team who have an interaction with the Post Office, sometimes at board level. But it's split amongst various individuals.
As between the Post Office policy team and UKGI, who had principal responsibility for for carrying into effect ministers' policy directions for Post Office?
Well, again, it depends on what specifically it is we are talking about. So,
I'm essentially asking: did the government use its representative on the board as the primary means by which it sought to influence the policy direction for the Post Office?
Well, quite often, the policy teams would also speak to the UKGI shareholder representative. So most of this day-to-day interaction was carried out by Minister Hollinrake. And I know that he was meeting our UKGI rep, Lorna, as well as our policy teams. So I saw them as being more integrated than perhaps the diagram would show. And I think that that's a natural expectation for the size of the organization. But in terms of setting policy, there were really just two things we were doing. One was trying to make sure that the Post Office did not fall over, looking to the future, the board representation, the future of the Post Office, and so on, and managing the issues that had come out of Horizon. And beyond that, there was very little new policy being created. So when we talk about policy, we're really talking about the day-to-day management of policy that has been set over a longer period of time. And this was something that worked together really well, broadly as a team, with Kevin leading.
Thank you. That can come down. Can I turn to my second topic, which is compensation and redress? You tell us in your second witness statement, let's turn it up, it's page 11. Page 11, paragraph 39. You say, right from my first briefing, I was concerned with the pace at which the compensation was being delivered. Kevin Hollinrake also told me that we should be going faster, and he needed some help from his Secretary of State to accelerate things. We had briefings on the issue with officials, and it was quite clear to me that we were allowing bureaucracy to get in the way of redress too much of the time. Kevin and I wanted to get the money out there, and we were always given a reason why we couldn't. For example, officials suggested we should wait until the end of the inquiry so that we knew precisely what to do. I was adamant that we could not wait that long and we had to get the money out. I was particularly concerned that postmasters would die waiting for compensation. I remember saying in one meeting that I don't want any of that happening on my watch and that we needed to get the redress out to people before it's too late. I wanted to know what we could do to get the payments out the door and said we needed to do whatever we could to make it happen. Can I ask firstly, as Exchequer Secretary for 18 months from February 2020 until September 2021, were you aware of any blockers in the Treasury to the payment of full and fair compensation?
No.
Was that something that crossed your desk, the payment of compensation and the provision of redress arising from the Horizon scandal when you were Exchequer Secretary?
It may have done, but I don't recall. I don't recall looking at that. I'm not sure that that sort of thing would have been the Exchequer Secretary's remit. So I'd be surprised if it did. The Exchequer Secretary didn't look at spending. It looked. The Exchequer Secretary's role is around economic growth and where money is coming from, rather than where money needs to go to. So I would be surprised if that crossed my desk.
So that would be more responsibility for the CST, so the Chief Secretary to the Treasury?
Very likely, yes.
At this time, once you became Secretary of State, why were you concerned with, quote, the pace at which the compensation was being delivered?
Well, because after the briefing, and maybe during the briefing as well, Kevin had told me how he had been looking at this issue from the time when he was a backbench MP. And I was aware of the injustice, just from reading newspapers rather than any parliamentary briefing. And I have seen this sort of thing happen before, where justice delayed is effectively justice denied. And I am more interested in making sure that we get things done rather than every single box is ticked. I feel that there is often too much bureaucracy in the way of getting things done because people are worried about process. They are worried about if things go wrong, them being on the hook for that. And so they carry out lots of checks and balances well beyond what I think is required in order to deliver the right outcome.
You say something along those lines in this paragraph here. The sentence, about 5 lines in, we were allowing bureaucracy to get in the way of redress too much of the time. Who was allowing bureaucracy to get in the way of redress too much of the time?
Well, the government machine. So I think I remember asking a question like, why can't we just give them the money now? If we know this, I can't remember specifically what we were talking about, but I just like to ask the simple questions. Why can't we just do this? And then I'd be told, well, there could be judicial review and the Treasury has these value for money requirements, and if we don't meet them, then we might end up having to go to court. So I just kept trying to find a way through. How do we, I put myself in the shoes of the sub-postmasters, that if I was this person or if I was a member of their family, what would I want? And in my view, what they would want is for the matter to be dealt with as quickly as possible and to be able to move on with their lives. And when I would have those sorts of conversations with officials, I would be told that, well, there's still an inquiry going on, and if you make a decision like this without going through all the checks and balances or without waiting for the inquiry to conclude, then you might have a problem later. But I thought that it was better to err on the side of ensuring that people got their compensation quickly rather than making sure that we didn't get into any trouble for not doing it in the perfect way.
Thank you. I think in August 2023, you wrote a letter to the then Chancellor of the Exchequer, Jeremy Hunt MP.
Yes.
Can we look at that, please? Bays 40808. You'll see it's not fully dated, dated XX of August 2023, but I think we know from other evidence that the letter that issued was dated the 9th of August 2023.
Okay.
The cross-heading is accelerating post office horizon compensation. And broadly, Ms. Badenoch, was this letter in pursuance of your strategy to try and get compensation paid quickly?
Yes, it was. And bearing in mind that this is now 5-6 months after the initial briefing, this letter is an expression of my frustration that things are still not happening. And when I ask officials shortly before I send this out, what do we need to do? They tell me that I need to write to the Chancellor. There's no other way of getting what I want in terms of delivering the compensation swiftly. So that's the reason why the letter is being written at this point.
You say Kevin Hollinrake and I are both determined that postmasters affected by the Post Office Horizon scandal should get proper compensation, and they should get it as rapidly as possible. You then describe in the second paragraph the three sets of compensation schemes or arrangements that were then afoot. And in the third paragraph, you say, this scandal ruined many postmasters' lives. The longer compensation goes unpaid, the more criticism we shall face, including from the Williams inquiry. If we were to fail to compensate all the GLO members in time, we would face severe criticism for all sides. Kevin and I have therefore been looking at ways in which we could radically speed up the processes. We've already made interim payments of £163,000 to almost all postmasters whose convictions are overturned, and we undertake only limited scrutiny of GLO claims for certain heads of loss under £10,000 and HSS ones under £8,000. We're looking to extend these measures substantially in relation to the GLO, which has started to receive claims. Over the page, please. Some of the options we are considering would actually save money on the cost of lawyers or other advisors than they would cost in extra compensation. Others do have additional costs. In my view, these will be well worthwhile in the light of the non-financial benefits of accelerating the schemes. In particular, I would like us to be able to offer a £100,000 fixed payment to every claimant who applies to the GLO scheme. I recognise that announcing this will create significant pressure to offer the same for HSS claimants, which we should consider separately, but I believe it's the right route forward for the GLO scheme. Such radical action would offer great advantages in terms of the speed of the process. The DBT accounting officer has expressed some concerns about value for money given the repercussive risk and raised the potential need for a direction for this idea. I welcome your views on the best approach, being mindful of value for money considerations and whether you agree that we should pursue this. And then there's a passage I needn't read. So it appears from this letter that by this time you and Mr. Hollinrake were fully engaged into the need for urgent compensation to be paid to GLO members.
Yes.
And this is essentially a joint letter. Is that right, from you and Mr. Hollinrake?
Well, it's my letter, but yes, we both agreed that this was the best way forward. He had come to me on one or two occasions saying that he was having trouble getting through to the Treasury and also separately getting officials to agree. So the reference to the DBT accounting officer is our permanent secretary, and he asked for my help, and I said I will go to the Chancellor myself and ask for this money and try and cut through the bureaucracy. And
so this is an escalation from him to you, essentially?
Yes, and this was my response to the escalation.
And a similar escalation in the sense that you're writing directly to the Chancellor of the Exchequer?
That's right.
Do you think you should have assumed this level of engagement immediately after your appointment in February 2023 or shortly thereafter?
No, I would not have known enough to have carried out this level of escalation. This is coming after multiple attempts, which I can't recall the full detail of trying to get compensation out, move quickly. So this letter is happening after a period of frustration that things still aren't happening. And I also remember a conversation where I was advised to wait until the inquiry. This is the point I was referencing in the witness statement. And I am not one of life's natural bureaucrats. My view is that we just need to get things done, because if you don't, more problems will arise. And what I was seeing as I observed the way the department and the post office were carrying on was that we would just never get to the end of it. And I wanted to start seeing things happening. I had my own personal objective of making sure that we did right by the postmasters and we showed that we were delivering on the scheme as promised after the court case, and that we were just being seen to do the right thing. Being seen to do the right thing, in my view, is just as important as doing the right thing. Making explanations and excuses for why things take so long shouldn't go on beyond a few weeks or months. And that was my attempt to short-circuit the process and create options. So this was not a solution that we had got advice from. It was something that Kevin himself had recommended. So why don't we try this and see how far we get?
But presumably doing the right thing is actually more important than being seen to do the right thing.
Both of them are important. Doing the right thing when no one knows that you're doing it often creates different problems elsewhere. So as a politician, it is not enough to do the right thing. It's also important to be seen to be doing the right thing. Perception matters too. Otherwise, you lose trust.
In paragraph 47 of your witness statement, there's no need to turn it up. You say, Kevin and I agreed that we should prioritise getting money out of the door, even if this risked paying more than was due. Was that the approach that you were advocating, that speed should triumph accuracy?
Yes.
Can we look at the Chancellor's reply the same month, Bayes 40705? You'll see his reply, if we just look at the second page, just scroll down. You'll see it, it's a letter from Mr. Hunt. Go back to the first page, please. It's dated August 2023, and he says in reply to you, thank you for your letter of the 9th of August. That's one of the pieces of evidence that we can establish that your letter was dated the 9th of August from. Regarding the acceleration of Post Office Horizon compensation, I'm wholly committed to ensuring the postmasters achieve the full and fair compensation they rightly deserve. And then moving on to paragraph 5, where he addresses the substance of your request. In relation to the specific proposal for fixed sum awards on the GLO scheme, while successful delivery is paramount, we must also have regard to our responsibility for the public finances and to ensuring that the treatment of claimants on each Horizon compensation scheme is fair to that of their peers. And then paragraph 6, as you note, making fixed sum awards on the GLO would incur significant repercussive risk and costs, including to the HSS. Given the extent of this risk and its high likelihood of crystallisation, I would encourage you to explore the full breadth of other options to advance the ultimate objective of timely and successful delivery of full and fair compensation. And then over the page, he says he's grateful to you and Mr. Hollingrick. So paragraph 6 was essentially a rejection of the proposal by the Chancellor.
Yes.
You tell us in your witness statement, it's at paragraph 44. It's your second witness statement, if we turn that up. It's page 13. You say, having cited the letter that I read from you to the Chancellor, you say, despite some initial resistance from the Treasury, and then you cross-refer to the letter we've just read, Mr. Hunt's reply.
Yes.
I was prepared to issue a ministerial direction to get this over the line. you describe this as initial resistance. Wasn't it just a refusal?
Well, the witness statement is written at a point when we did get some money over the line. So that's what I'm referring to.
I see. So in the context of the payment of compensation as a whole,
yes,
this rejection is to be seen as initial resistance.
Yes.
Got it. You say you were prepared to issue a ministerial direction to get it over the line. Can we look, please, at the reference to a ministerial direction? Bayes 40716. And it's page 23. You'll see here an email of the 21st of August 2021. If we scroll down and a bit more, just to see the signature block. I think Rose was one of your private secretaries, or
That's
in fact the private secretary, is that right? If we scroll up, please.
Do you have the reference in the pack for the hard copy that I could look at?
Yes, B28.
Thank you.
And it would be page in the bottom right-hand corner, 23.
Thank you.
And you'll see that this is the first email in the chain. It's the originating email. Your private secretary says that she had a meeting this morning with you, which touched on, amongst other things, one, Horizon, in particular, the ongoing work to speed up compensation for the GLO postmasters. The Secretary of State was particularly concerned about the pace at which compensation schemes are being delivered and is keen to ensure we're doing all we can to speed things up. Conscious that Minister Hollingrig and the Permanent Secretary had been very much gripping this, my sense is we need a couple of paragraphs to bring Secretary of State up to speed on the following. And then if we just look to the the first bullet point, but the sub-bullet point, it's worth noting that the Secretary of State is supportive of the £100,000 flat offer to GLO postmasters and is content to provide a ministerial direction to see this get over the line. As such, it would be good if the update focuses on how we can deliver this proposal. I think that's the cross-reference you make in your witness statement to a willingness to provide a ministerial direction to get it over the line.
Yes.
Is that right? Can you explain the circumstances in which a ministerial direction may be given?
I think this is best seen in the context of the question you asked me earlier about speed versus accuracy. So in government, we have to make sure that we're delivering value for money for the taxpayer. And there are some times when an amount that's being paid is not really value for money, but there are other considerations which a minister might think make that worthwhile. In this case, the ministerial direction, which I had wanted, was to overrule the value for money, because I was looking at a scenario where if you're a sub-postmaster, would you rather have compensation that might be £10,000 more or £10,000 less than what you would have done versus passing away and your family not getting the money or you not getting the money? And in my view, the worst risk was someone not getting money at all, rather than them not getting the exact amount of money right down to the penny. That does not meet value for money considerations because the government will be worried about overpaying. And I felt that given the context, given how long this had been taken, it was better that we overpay, if that's the worst case scenario, but make sure people get their money quickly, than wait till we derive the perfect amount and they are not there to receive the money at all.
Would such a direction overrule or resolve all of the objections from the Treasury?
So this is where ministerial directions can be funny. So if the Treasury doesn't give you the money at all, you can't direct anything. They need to give you the money first, and then you can decide how it is best used. So yes, it can overrule certain requirements which they might place on things, but quite often a ministerial direction comes in long after money has been given. But this was also not just me trying to solve the problem, but showing willing to my officials so that they didn't feel that they had to bear the responsibility. A ministerial direction is often a short way of saying, don't worry about it, it'll be my problem, not yours.
I was going to ask, was this exercising soft power, essentially? An unkind way of describing it would be sort of posturing, but in order to get a result.
It could be seen that way, but I was very happy to make the direction. So it wasn't just posturing, but it was signalling the direction which I wanted the department to take, and to make it very clear. And I am happy that we did this, because now I can talk about it at the inquiry, to make it very clear that we need to change the way that we do things in government. There is far too much going round and round in circles and avoiding taking serious, real decisions because everybody's worried about getting into trouble later. This is something which I tend not to worry about. Maybe I should do, but I do trust my judgment. And I think that you look at the way that this case has panned out, that we should have just done it in August 2023. I'm glad that we got there in the end, but I think that the worries were, that people were overly worried. That's the best way to put it.
Why was no ministerial direction simply issued by you?
Because there was no money to haggle over what the right value should be. So in order to issue a ministerial direction around value for money, you need to have the money in the first place. And at this point, no money had been outlined specifically for this proposal. At least that's what I recall.
And so threatening or raising the possibility of a ministerial direction would be ineffective? Well,
I don't think so, because if you look at the letter which the Chancellor had written, if we can just go back to it, because you said refusal and I said resistance, and I do tend to choose my words carefully. I did not see that as the end of the line. I saw it very much as I'd been in the Treasury. I know how Treasury works. The Treasury often starts with no, and eventually you haggle your way through. I was not expecting the documentary in January, which helped speed things along. But knowing how the department worked, I knew that was an opening move. You'd get a response, and eventually you would get something, and then we could use a ministerial direction to try and move the process along for that specific proposal.
You wanted to look at the letter again, Bayes 40705.
Yes, there might be something there which I can point to. There might not, but I can't remember.
It'll just come up on the screen.
Off the top of my head.
If there is, it will be in paragraphs 5 and 6.
Okay. So yes, it's where the line "I am receptive to measures which will increase the likelihood of successful delivery," in my view, was not a flat-out no, but maybe try something else. We don't think that this is value for money, and that's where I could see room for manoeuvre. So the Treasury was supportive of us making sure that compensation was paid in theory, but in practice, it was very hard for them to move away from their usual day-to-day behaviors, a lot of which I think was just them acting by rote. I had seen this myself as a minister in the Treasury. You get briefings, and the briefing is often to say, well, nothing can be done unless the Treasury says so. It's got to be value for money. It just happens in a way that's almost robotic, rather than looking specifically at individual circumstances and seeing whether you can be flexible. Inflexibility, I think, is one of the Treasury's flaws. And that would have been the advice that I'm certain was given to the Chancellor before he wrote the letter which he wrote to me.
And so were you disappointed or encouraged?
Neither. It's just how things work. I saw enough there to know that it wasn't over, but there wasn't very much that I could do with that letter. And we would need to try something else, try a different angle, make a different case, or something.
You referenced earlier the documentary or the drama on ITV. Was it essentially that made the difference?
I think it suddenly turned it from a value for money question to a public perception question. And this is the point, that we were talking about. It's not enough to do the right thing. You also have to be seen to be doing the right thing. And many people had not known the arguments that were taking place behind the scenes in Whitehall. There was an assumption that nothing was being done. And it was the documentary that made things happen. But actually, work was being done. It was too slow. It wasn't happening quickly enough. No one could see what was taking place. So what the documentary did, in my view, was change the priority of this issue from something which was behind the NHS and security and so on, defence, to we need to solve this now. So it brought the urgency, which I had wanted us to have right from the get-go. It brought the urgency to it and raised the prioritization.
It's a bit disappointing, really, isn't it, if you step back, that it takes 3 or 4 nights on ITV whilst we're all at home.
It's extremely disappointing.
In the new year.
It's extremely
Watching
disappointing.
a programme to give something sufficient attention that the government thinks that perception has changed and therefore takes action.
I think that if you look at it in the context of what is happening in government, there are 1,000 things that are being asked, that money is being requested for. And I think after a while, the decision makers or the analysts become very dispassionate. They're not looking at it the way a politician might be looking at it or the way a member of the public might be looking at it, which is what's the human story here, who's being impacted. After a while, it just becomes another line in a ledger. And, well, if we take money away from schools, if we give money to this, that's money that's going to go away from schools. It is not irrational, but it has to change. It is not helpful either. And I think that the way we go about doing things, making sure that every single box is ticked and there's value for money and following all of the rules and regulations which we've put in place, we actually make things more expensive in the long run. That we end up paying out more than we would do if we just brought in common sense. There is an absence of common sense in a lot of Whitehall because people are afraid to trust themselves and trust their judgment, follow principles and do the right thing. People want legal cover. They want to do things in a way that they can show a court or a lawyer that, well, I followed the rules and I didn't do anything wrong. And that might work in a very simple system, but government is now too complex. The problems we're trying to resolve are far too complex, and I don't think that works anymore. We need to simplify quite a few things.
So on the absence of common sense in Whitehall, might we take our lunch break?
Certainly, Mr. Beer. Yeah. When shall we resume?
2 p.m, please.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I'll just wait for the room to quieten down before we start the questions. Thank you, everyone. Ms. Badenoch, can we turn to the issue of Henry Staunton, please? In your witness statement, your first witness statement, you deal with the dismissal of Henry Staunton, as we had asked you to do. Just by way of background, is it right he was appointed as the chair of the Post Office back on the 2nd of September 2022, and so predated your appointment as Secretary of State for about 5 months, or by about 5 months?
Yes. I'm not exactly sure of his appointment date, but it certainly predated me.
He wasn't, in any event, one of your appointments?
No, he was not.
When you started your position as Secretary of State in February 2023 and were briefed, was anything said to you about Mr. Staunton being problematic or an unsuitable person to be the chair of the Post Office?
Not when I first started. There were issues around general issues around the board, finding the right people and so on, and that it was not a happy place being at the Post Office, but nothing specific or personal. No.
So nothing specific or personal about him?
No.
And nothing of the order of magnitude that was suggested to you the following year in January 2024?
No, nothing at all.
No. Okay. Can we go back to the briefing that you received, Bays 301061? And can we go to page 9, please? This briefing to you sets out the key stakeholders. And the first bullet point refers to Mr. Staunton, Post Office Chair Henry Staunton, and it says that it's recommended that you meet him. Did you meet Mr. Staunton?
No, I did not.
And why not? I
don't know. There was a recommendation that I met him, and I didn't say no to that. But nothing was ever organised. It may be that something was and it fell through. But I remember at this point, I'm still trying to carry out a lot of my trade secretary work. I'm travelling a lot. So if people weren't sort of banging on the door to meet, the meetings didn't necessarily happen. And remember, the Post Office is one of very many arm's length bodies. I didn't meet the people running a lot of them unless there was often an issue. I would get updates. They tended to meet with the Department Director General or with the junior minister. So a Secretary of State meeting was not necessarily prerequisites to doing the job. But those who wanted to meet me did meet me. There was never any request from Mr. Staunton either.
When you subsequently, thank you, that can come down. When you subsequently came to inform Mr. Staunton on the 27th of January the following year, 2024, in the course of a phone call that he was being dismissed from his position as chair of the Post Office, you made a number of comments about the fact that the pair of you had never met over the course of that year, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Can we look, please, at a recording or transcript of a recording of that call, Bays 301059? You can see this is a transcription of a recording of the phone call that you had with Mr. Staunton on the 27th of January 2024. Now, I think you didn't have this transcript when you first made your witness statement.
No, I didn't.
You said that you very much wanted to have it and you'd asked departmental officials to track down a copy of the tape.
Yes.
And I think you worked in your first witness statement from a note, a near verbatim note taken by an official.
Yes.
And then a summary of that note, which was published to the media.
Yes.
Now, we've now got the tape and therefore this transcript of it. You'll see that it starts up sort of mid-sentence and doesn't include the introductions at the beginning, nor the part where you actually informed him that he was being dismissed.
No.
But we've got a verbatim note of that, and I needn't go back to that. Can you help us? Why was the call recorded?
To help the note taker carry out a good summary of minutes.
And is that usual?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't take the notes. It may be. It may not be.
Did you know that it was recorded?
Not at the time.
Okay, so this was something that was going on by...
This was something I discovered after... Mr. Staunton had made the false allegations to the Sunday Times. And when I asked for the transcripts and the notes that could, I didn't, explaining that I know I had not said the things which he said, I was then made aware that there is a recording which would prove that as well.
And do you know whether Mr. Staunton was informed that it was recorded at the time?
If I wasn't, I suspect he wasn't as well. The purpose of the recording was to get minutes written accurately, and probably they would have been disposed of immediately and maybe retrieved from deleted place. I don't know.
And is it normal then for all your calls to be recorded?
I don't know, because I've never had the situation before. Okay. So it probably isn't, but I suspect on this occasion it was just to make sure that the minutes were very accurate, given the severity and the media interest, that the minutes were very accurate. That's certainly what I was made to understand at the time, that it wouldn't necessarily be usual to have a recording.
Let's read through this. Mr. Staunton, in mid-sentence, says, change anything that requires the government civil servant where we get whistleblowed and whatever. You can. It's a massive, massive problem here in terms of trying to. At least you've got training going much better now. Things are moving in certain directions, but it's a handful, I've got to say. I've chaired some companies, a lot of companies, very successfully. But this one's a bit of a nightmare. But we could have got through it, but it needed UKGI to be on side. And I didn't feel they were on side for a moment. I'm sure that UKGI was talking to the journalist. That's what they did before, not actually sorting out the business. And the context of that is that by the time you're speaking, the fact that you were to dismiss him had already been leaked. Yes,
which was extremely frustrating, because I had wanted to do it in a particular sequence and spare him embarrassment where I could.
You say, I know, I'm sorry to hear that, but why didn't you get in touch with me? Him, because I had an inkling only last week with the chairman and chief executive UKGI, and I was going to tell them all this. I know it's UKGI, but I've never met you, you see. I've chaired so many companies you would not believe. I'm working on this business 60 hours a week, whereas I can take Swiss, despite I chose Swiss as an international company where the share price more than quadrupled, and I could do that on 15 hours a week. This is 4 times the time. You just wouldn't know the half of it, Secretary of State. I do know. This is what the world is like today with the public sector. What I did find out of the ordinary was that of all the arm's length bodies that I'm responsible for, the Post Office was the one where I never heard from you directly. You know, the CMA, UCES...
that would have been UKEF, UK Export Finance.
The British business banks, the chairs of all these organisations would reach out to my office fairly frequently. And Kevin Hollingrig did manage the relationship very well. But there didn't seem to be any interest in doing much more. Just stopping there, what did you mean by that? Kevin Hollingrig did manage the relationship very well, but there didn't seem to be any interest in doing much more.
And that Kevin did have meetings with him, and he fed back to me how that relationship was going. And so in terms of making sure that he was staying in touch with the Post Office, that was going well. But what I was trying to signal to Mr. Staunton, and which I do believe now, is that he didn't seem to want to meet me. And, one can speculate on the reasons from a hindsight perspective, but at the time, I simply assumed that he was perfectly happy having meetings with Kevin Hollenrake. In hindsight, I think that he did not want to meet me.
And so there didn't seem to be any interest in doing much more. You're saying interest by you, Mr. Staunton?
Well, yeah, the interest in Mr. Staunton doing much more with, in terms of relationship with ministers.
So by that you mean, but you didn't seem to have any interest in doing much more?
Yes, that's what that...
So that's directed towards Mr. Staunton, not Mr. Hollenrake?
No. I think Mr. Hollenrake did an excellent job.
You continue, I've been given a very, very high-level overview of the government's issue that's led to the advice given to me about the decisions which I've now taken. But I want to make sure you've had a chance to make your views known as well. Given where we are and what I've just said, what would you like to see happen now? Right. So what we need to do is actually, over the page, it's a very difficult one with regard to the CEO, who's very unstable. And actually, I said to Lorna, that's Lorna Grattan, it's UKGI, we need to have an adult conversation with him to say, look, stay through the inquiry and we'll treat you as a good leaver, nail him down for 12 months. Well, of course, she says, oh, well, in this government, it's very difficult to offer good leaver status. If we have a crisis, it's not a big deal. He might get an extra 100,000 that he wouldn't get if he wasn't a good leaver, but at least we nail him down for a year. And the money he would get for good leaver status actually seems to be more important to him than actually the sums involved. So I think we need to nail the chief exec down. That's the first thing. The second thing he goes on to address, we must do something about, we must make this organisation more postmaster-centric. I said we need to have an oversight committee chaired jointly by the two postmaster directors. We need to introduce a third postmaster director so the message will get out to the network that the post office is changing. And trust me, at the moment, it is terrible, the view of the post office out in the network. So have a third postmaster. We're really then, Secretary of State, starting this journey towards demutualisation. We're not to say that, but that's what you need to do. The SID process, over the page, it's 6 for 2. Never mind what Lorna thinks and the fact we've gone outside. The fact is, when the facts change, you change your decision. We need to have an internal policy. If you met at Darfur, you'd recognise this is a class act, which ought to be asked. So I can quite see why everyone's got there. And the fact we started out on a public journey, it was a different world just 2 months ago. I mean, we were just, it's just been horrific the last 4 weeks. We need to get on the front foot, and I think postmaster-centric does that for you. Then moving on. There's the feeling within the business. Richard Taylor said all the postmasters are on the take, and they're all guilty as charged. We wrote to the Lord Chancellor stating that was our view. That would be Peters and Peters. That's not my view, and I don't think it's the view of the majority of the board. But I think that UKGI and people sending that letter with unclear, it was actually contrary to what the government ministers were trying to do. And in fact, you'd be surprised at the sort of things your civil servants say about ministers. So it's a mess. But the fact is, quote, you're guilty as charged, postmasters are on the take. So it's got to change, and we need a massive cultural shift in this organisation to do that. Most of the directors are on side, and the UKGI director is not. She couldn't run a bath, let alone a company. We've got a big problem there. We need to take some very tough business-like decisions in terms of culture to change it. When we talk about culture, as Nick said, Lorna thinks it would just be a crusade for a female diversity. It's not that. It goes to the heart of how we operate post office, this cultural shift. It's enormous what we need to do, but I think it's possible. I don't think we need to have Andrew as the Sid, the chairman, that will put it through. You need to change the UKGI directors and just get to the core. It's a battle that's winnable, but by God, it's going to be a battle. You say it certainly is. What in that previous passage were you agreeing with?
That it's going to be, that they're sorting things out is going to be a battle.
Specifically, what did you think was going to be a battle?
I think that the conversation here was about the general board. So he says we need to change the UKGI directors and just get to the core. But he is giving a personal view about Lorna Grattan. And he thinks that the issue is between the Post Office and UKGI. I am, being amicable and saying, yes, it is going to be a battle. The board, in my view, was the issue, and there's a lot that needed to be done. That's what I'm alluding to there. It's not just about UKGI. But what I wasn't trying to do was give an opening for him to pick apart particular individuals on the board. I didn't think that was a helpful road to go down. I did want to get his view about what had happened, and I didn't want to have an argument with him. So agreeing where I thought we could find some kind of agreement, and then moving the conversation on to the things that I was trying to elicit from him.
Can we move much further into the call and turn to page 9, please? This is you speaking at the top of the page, and this is about whether he should turn up the board to the board meeting that was going to happen on the Monday or Tuesday of that week. And you were saying, no, you should not. And you say, I'm sorry, but that would need to be the case given the conversation we've had and what I suspect the media are going to be doing.
Sorry, could you just let me know where in the hard copy I can find...
BB19.
BB19?
Yes.
Bear with me. Thank you.
And we're at the top of page 9.
Yes.
So we dealt at the bottom of page 8 with not turning up at the next board meeting, and you say, I'm sorry, but that will need to be the case.
I think I'm talking about his leaving and about not giving reasons. Am I looking at the wrong...
Yes, you are. Bottom of page 8.
Bottom of page 8. So I'm saying, I'm sorry, but that will need to be the case.
So if we just go back on the screen to the bottom of page 8, please. Right,
sorry. Yes, I found it. It's page 9 on mine, but I found it. Thank you.
We can see that on this passage here...
Yes, that's right. This is about...
Immediately beforehand... you were trying to arrange some contact details.
Yes, that's right. I'm in the right place now.
You couldn't get anyone on the call that was listening in to acknowledge that they were listening in, and so you had to write down his mobile number or his email address.
I think that when the way that the government does these calls, it was a switch call that they were muted, and so they were unable to join the conversation.
Yeah, and so looking at the bottom of page 8, he says, therefore, I won't turn up to the board meeting on Monday or Tuesday. You say, yes, that's correct. He says, fine. Then we go to the top of page 9. You say, I'm sorry, that would need to be the case, which is why I said the context of you saying that was not turning up. So anyway, you carry on. Third line, if it's any consolation at all, I doubt it will be, but I'm very angry about the fact that this has been leaked without us doing this properly. And he says, appalling, appalling. And you say, it is appalling, and I've noted what you said about UKGI. I do think they have been part of the problem, and that is the next step. What problem would UKGI are part of?
I think that the communication channels between myself and UKGI should have been... There should have been more information passing direct to me, not just through Kevin. And Kevin would, of course, give me a summary. But there were some times that we actually ended up coming to different views on things. So we had different views, for example, on Nick Reed, the CEO. Not problematically, but we just had we just came to different conclusions. And I felt that my own interactions with UKGI were very limited. And I didn't actually meet Lorna herself until it was the issues with Henry Staunton had come to light and we were in the process of sacking him. And also, I was giving him the benefit of the doubt with what he had said earlier on in the conversation about issues with UKGI. If you remember, the views I have about Henry Staunton now are different from where I was at the time of this conversation, where this is where I was thinking this is someone who's made too many mistakes. The position is untenable, but he was probably in his own way doing his best. To where I am now, where there's just been repeated uses of misinformation and so on. I took it in good faith that his complaints about UKGI were well meant and true from his perspective. Given everything that's happened since then, I don't think that his complaints about UKGI are well-founded.
So were you just saying, I think UKGI are part of the problem as a sop to him?
No, not so much as a sop, but if a chair feels that way, then UKGI should have been aware and should have made me aware as the sole shareholder, not just told Minister Hollenrigg. There was no note, for example. Just because I wasn't meeting them on a day-to-day basis doesn't mean that they couldn't have sent a note to me for me to review, and that didn't happen either. So these are the sort of processes which I would recommend to the new Secretary of State to ensure that UKGI are giving a full and frank view rather than just the vanilla view of what's going on. There's too much vanilla in terms of reporting, and actually it's very hard to know early when problems are occurring.
What do you mean there's too much vanilla?
That the way notes are written in the civil service is often in a way that too much isn't said. For me, and I'm speaking for myself now, other ministers may not necessarily want this. I prefer to just have the detail unvarnished. We think this person is a problem. We don't think they're doing a good job. We think that they are dishonest, and so on. People tend not to like writing things down, maybe because of inquiries like this or an FOI request, or who knows. So instead, you get what I call a vanilla version of there are concerns. And that could mean anything. It could mean that there are minor concerns which you don't need to worry about, or there are very significant concerns which we don't want to put on paper. And as a minister who's getting 100 pieces of information a day where you have to prioritize, you might not recognize that there's a big red flag because of how a note has been written. And this is standard across the civil service. It's just the way things are written, probably to not alarm people, to not create panic, and to keep the discretion there, because it's very hard to keep all notes secret, even when they're marked official sensitive. And maybe UKGI didn't have this view, I don't know. But I do find that the unvarnished truth is more helpful than the vanilla version.
Can we take that down and go back to the process that led to the dismissal of Mr. Staunton? By looking at your first witness statement, please. It will come up on the screen for you. It's page 2, paragraph 10. And if we just go down, under the heading concerns regarding Mr. Staunton's conduct, you say on the 24th of January, so that's 3 days before this call that
Yes.
we're speaking about, I received a written submission dated the 23rd of January, prepared by UKGI and departmental officials, in which I was advised of specific concerns in relation to Mr. Staunton's conduct and his suitability for office. They were, and then you list them 1 to 5, it goes over the page. That fairly reflects the document, so I'm going to read them out.
Okay.
1, he had repeatedly attempted to shut down a whistleblowing investigation into his conduct. 2, he had engaged in aggressive, intimidating and disrespectful behaviour to other board members and members of the Post Office executive team. 3, he showed continued poor understanding of the public sector aspect of Post Office's work and poor judgment. 4, he had disregarded proper governance processes as the chair, most recently by announcing the appointment of a new senior independent director for Post Office without following formal consultation with the board, following board processes or seeking shareholder approval as required. And 5, he'd failed to provide constructive support to the Post Office's CEO. I think it follows that, so far as you are aware, none of the issues that